you want to promote your business? Do you want to talk about your nonprofit organization? Do you want to talk about your culture? Introducing the online web TV, Afrique Today. Fogham, where you can watch us live at the same time on 4 platforms: Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and using the Afrique Today app. Download our app today for Android or Apple. Promote your business today. For more information, go to www.afriquetoday.com. Afrique Today, the best of digital TV.
Le Covid-19 a fait perdre beaucoup de revenus aux entreprises. Aujourd'hui, les choses commencent à changer, mais les entreprises ont besoin de relancer leur business. Si vous êtes une entreprise africaine légalement installée dans l'État du Maryland aux États-Unis, si vous avez été affecté par les effets du Covid-19, le moment est venu de parler de votre business. Afrique Today, la web TV, vous propose gratuitement un semi-reportage sur votre business. Notre équipe d'experts viendra sur place faire un semi-reportage sur votre business. N'attendez plus et contactez-nous dès aujourd'hui au +1 571 612 04 96 et soyez le premier à recevoir un reportage gratuit qui aidera à booster votre business.
Afrique Today, the best of digital TV.
L'entrepreneuriat digital vous intéresse-t-il? Vous voulez apprendre à construire des projets digitaux? Aimeriez-vous gagner des revenus passifs conséquents en tout lieu? Voici la plateforme des professionnels du digital, la UPUA Academy. Ici, vous retrouverez les meilleurs professionnels de la diasporama mondiale connectés sur notre plateforme. Vous allez pouvoir acquérir des formations adéquates qui feront de vous des entrepreneurs digitaux compétents. Étudiants, entrepreneurs, coachs, instructeurs et entreprises, UPUA Academy est une opportunité pour vous. Elle vous offre la possibilité de suivre votre formation en mode virtuel à partir de chez vous, où que vous soyez sur la planète. Toutes nos formations disponibles en ligne sont dispensées de manière interactive. Il suffit de vous inscrire et vous pourrez les suivre depuis chez vous. Au cours de la formation, vous passerez des quiz et examens selon votre parcours. En outre, à partir de votre tableau de bord, vous suivrez vos performances et progressions. Vous pourrez aussi communiquer avec vos instructeurs et recevoir des notifications. À la fin de votre parcours de formation, vous recevrez un certificat UPUA Academy Certified. Que vous soyez débutant ou responsable d'entreprise, UPUA Academy est une opportunité pour vous. Saisissez-la! Enfin, que vous soyez coach ou instructeur, ayez accès à un millier d'étudiants à travers notre plateforme. Merci de choisir UPUA Academy, le meilleur choix. Pour plus d'informations, allez sur www.diasporacademy.com. UPUA Academy, la plateforme des professionnels du digital.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I want to welcome you to the Urobo Progress Union America 28th Annual Convention, and it's a virtual one this year because of the pandemic that is ravaging the world. My name is Olorogu Ochuko Okitipi. I'm the Assistant Secretary General of the Union, and also a member of UPU Minnesota chapter. We are live on Afrique Today TV, and we are also live on YouTube and Facebook. So wherever you're watching us from, you're welcome, and we appreciate it that you were able to take time out of your busy schedule to come help us grace this occasion. Welcome, and be ready for great fun and entertainment.
Thank you, Olorogu Ochuko Kitikwi. This is Moise Rigboro again. I'm going to be the MC and co-host of today's event. I want to welcome each and every one of you to the 28th annual convention. This time around, we are having a virtual convention for obvious reasons. of the global pandemic. So please, we encourage you to join us today to celebrate our tradition and our oneness, our Uroboness. I want to welcome you formally, each and every one of you, to this convention, and we look forward to having a good time. Co-hosting with me today, I have the gentleman that you just heard his voice speak, Olorogun Ochuko-Okitipui. Also, I have Mrs. Rose S.A. Alfred and Mrs. Fanti Rebele. I want to welcome you all once again as we wait for a few minutes with some musical rendition from our DJ Mickey B. Over to you, Mr. DJ.
Use mine.
There is no light in the country.
What? Uncle Tom was on it.
We don't know.
While we wait to start today's event, permit me to state out some rules of by which we're going to run this convention today. When you log in, you will notice that you are automatically muted. Please, we encourage you to stay muted. And if not, if you notice that you are unmuted by any mistake, please mute yourselves, because we do not want too much distractions online. We know how it is when everybody is open and then we start hearing so many noises from your homes. So please work with us today so we can have a hitch-free program. Thank you so much, Mr. DJ.
Before I go further, I want to make a correction. The politician, I'm not an APC or PDP member. We are singing for the betterment of Nigeria. Construct the road. kéré wá. Ìtúrí bìsí kúrú ó tẹ̀ fúró náà. Àyè gbẹ́bù mọ́ yára. Johnny Mohado. We are fighting and we are struggling on our own. We are creating job on our own. Yet our president still call us lazy youth. Hey, youth in Nigeria, oh, Fuja, honey, oh, Fuja, what are the debt are in Minurena? I say, she belly, Gias, I read ya. It police power and I am lying. The state is very unkept. He got in an Mariana. I'm a my president. I'm a my governor. I'm a my senate. Wait it happen. You two know ya. Jovariani, you two know ya. There will be a lot of crime in the country. Oko ano ya. Oko na jibi wo. When you know when there you poki roji wo. You dagi ni menuna. Ofutobo you dagi. Okay, they can relation ni. If I see you to na koko. After election they are useless. They are no more useful. There is God. The only job youth have in Nigeria right now is Yahoo, Keke, Okada, and prostitution. Oh, where senator, where governor? Oh, yeah, echo, where fully country. Mama, me, wife, you people should create job for us, please. They won't turn this school, I'm no young. He graduated Keke. He graduated Okada. And I am I am if we politician in our phone no map for wife. Mami friend it in there. Mami dark me Dubai. Just to go and enjoy and see good view. You have to fly to America to get good treatment and good medication.
Thank you, Mr. DJ. We are about to start this program. I want to officially, once again, welcome each and every one of you to the 28th and the first virtual convention of the UPU America. Holding online. You can view us online on YouTube. You can also view us on Facebook. The theme for this convention today is a very touching and sensitive topic, and it is the security in Urhobo land, the way forward. You are all welcome once again, and we look forward to having a good time. And our keynote speaker has been carefully selected in the person of Dr. Charles Apoki. I believe we all cannot wait to hear him speak on this very topic. But prominent amongst our activity today is the fact that we cannot go on without acknowledging the presence of God in our lives and in our midst here today. So on that note, I want to kick off today's event with an opening prayer by inviting Father Raymond Ogbemure to give us an opening prayer so we can proceed with the rest of our activities for today. Once again, I welcome you all. Urhobo Wado. Urhobo Wado. Urhobo Wado. Father Raymond, please. Reverend Father Raymond Ogbemure, please be unmuted for the opening prayers.
Let us pray. Let us pray. Almighty God, you are the God of wisdom a wisdom that you generated rise from the dawn of creation. You have shared your wisdom with men and women of great thinkers. We are quite aware of how great philosopher Socrates shared in your wisdom, and he once said, "Know yourself." Loving God, we sincerely ask you to empower us with your wisdom so that each of us will know his or herself. May we discover ourselves and identify our talents, our resources, our time, our gifts to work for the good of Urobos and for our Urobo Progress Union America, UPUA. Today, we are gathered via Zoom to kick off UPUA 28th Convention 2021. May we experience your abiding presence during this convention so that you can pilot and guide our programs, our various activities. May we learn from the speeches that we presented today. We pray for a better UPUA so that our national association will rise to greater heights. We ask of this in the almighty name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much, Father Raymond. Also, Raymond, we greet you, sir. Thank you so much for that awesome prayer, and it is our wish that that prayer follow us. Idene urobotane erowose oinenemo. Thank you so much. We move on to the next item. We understand that that we are here today is by the grace of God. We are all witnesses to the global pandemic that rocked the entire year 2020. It is not by our power that we made it through. So we give glory to God. But in spite of that, we also want to remember some of our fallen brothers and sisters who once was with us as members of the UPU America. So on that note, please join me. We're going to observe a minute of silence in their memory as I mention their names and their chapters one by one. Please, if you have your hat on, remember in respect to down your hat as we observe 1 minute of silence. Mrs. Eloho Ogenoshuko Oriafe Bobson from Connecticut chapter. Chief Macaulay Ofurie from Houston chapter. Mr. Augustine Omeri from Houston chapter. Mr. Irikefe Uviase from Southern California chapter. Mr. Simeon Iwofode from Michigan chapter. And most recently, Mr. Thompson Usinya from Southern California chapter. May the souls of the departed faithful rest in perfect peace.
Amen.
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 On that note, we're going to call on the DJ for a 5 minutes musical rendition before we go on to I think we should just go ahead and do the national anthems. We're going to take the national anthems of the United States of America, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the Urobo national anthem in that order in quick successions. So please, if you are unmuted, please mute yourselves to avoid all the background noises. And I hand over to the DJ.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked. That our flag was still there. Oh, sailors, that star-spangled banner wave. Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
Next, we're going to have the Nigerian national anthem.
Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity.
I hereby invite online Mrs. Honore.
Rise, O come.
I hereby invite Mrs. Honore to take the Urobo anthem. Mrs. Honore, please. President, Atlanta, Georgia chapter of UPUA.
Oh, I do. Where's Joshua? How are you? Uroboe, orere sao. Uroboe, orere sa. Urobo kokole ogbare. Uroboe, orere sa. Obolu robo jebe na asafa jebo tiaye. Edefa meriapo urobo meware. Urobo orere libisa adio mae. Urobo
Wabo.
wabare na. Iye. Wado.
Thank you, Mrs. Honori. Thank you so much for that awesome rendition of our Urobo national anthem. Now, we're still at the opening ceremonies, more or less. At this point, we want to recognize our royal fathers, all the monarchs of the Urobo nation. They may be present, some of them may be present here with us today. Peradventure they are not, we want to be able to make them know that they are much loved and highly respected amongst the Urobo sons and daughters in the diaspora. So I am going to be recognizing them one after the other with my co-host, Chief Ochuko Okitikwi. We recognize our Royal Majesty, Richard Layegwen Ogbon, JP, PhD, Ogoni Ohoro One, the Ohorode of Olomu Kingdom.
We also recognize His Royal Majesty, Mike Omeru Ogurimerime Okori One, the Ovie of Agbo Kingdom.
Recognized also is His Royal Majesty, Air Vice Marshal Lucky Ochuko Ararile, retired, RIK1, the Ovie of Uruarivie Abraka Kingdom.
At this time, we are recognizing His Royal Majesty, Matthew Edirin Egbi, JP, Owawa 2, the Okobaro of Ugenwe Kingdom.
We also want to recognize His Royal Majesty, Samson Owe Ogugu 1, the Osurivie of Agbaro Kingdom.
We are recognizing His Royal Majesty, Noble Eshemita Uku Ogara Unam Orefe 3, the Ovie of Ogara Kingdom.
Also recognized at this time is His Royal Majesty Akpomeyoma Majoro Ojeta II, the Ovie of Oruarivie Abraka Kingdom.
We are also recognizing His Royal Majesty Richard Oganewo Gaga Ebele, JP Okerefe 1, the Ovie of Agbaroto Kingdom.
Also recognized is His Royal Majesty Wilson Ojakovo, JP Oharisi III, the Ovie of Ugeli Kingdom.
We are recognizing His Royal Majesty Andrew Oganewodo Osakpa III, the Ovie of Okparobo Kingdom.
Recognized also is His Royal Majesty Barrister Beltel Delekwe Owuru I, the Ovie of Udu Kingdom.
We are recognizing His Royal Majesty Dr. King Justin Enemudia Onyowino JP Duku 2, the Oworere of Efunroto Kingdom.
Also recognized is His Royal Majesty Emmanuel Ekemejewa Sideso, JP Abe I, the Ovie of Ubie Kingdom.
We are recognizing His Royal Majesty General Felix Mutakwero, JP Orue 1, the Orodi of Okpe Kingdom.
Also recognized is His Royal Majesty Jabin Onesa Mukoro Okporufoma I, the Ovie of Egu Kingdom.
We are recognizing His Royal Majesty Matthew Iwemife Akpobi Omoga 1, the Okpara Uku of Orogun Kingdom.
Also recognizes His Royal Majesty Okiemute Onajite Igere I, the Ovie of Ogo Kingdom.
We are recognizing His Royal Majesty Ohefi Orowagbara Agbara Ide MMO2, the Ovie of Agbara Kingdom.
Also recognized is His Royal Majesty Obukoko Whiskey, Ovie of Ijere, Udurie I of Ijere Kingdom.
We are recognizing His Royal Majesty Emmanuel Okumagba II, Ovie of Okere Kingdom, the Orosuen of Okere Kingdom.
Also recognized is His Royal Majesty Ogenekere Owin Kuname, Erube the Third, the Ovie of Oevreni Kingdom.
We recognizing His Royal Majesty Samson Omene Udure I, the Ovie of Mosoga Kingdom.
Also recognized His Royal Majesty Agbowe Afubeya Oyise II, the Odionrode of Uweru Kingdom.
We recognizing His Royal Majesty Solomon Okborire Okurere III, the Ovie of Arawanria Kingdom.
We greet you all. Ijuwe. Wesuto. Mr. DJ, please.
Hello.
I thank you, Lord, for all you've
Hello.
done. I'll praise your name. I'll sing you my song for all you have done for me. Brought me out of poverty. Yeah. Now who knew me before? No one. Now who liked me before? No one. Now who want me before? No one. Now who dashed me before? I'll get away, you wrote me, brother.
I thank you, Lord, for all you have done. I'll praise your name. I'll sing you my song for all you have done for me. Brought me out of poverty. Yeah.
Now who know me before?
Now who like me before?
Now who want me before?
Now who dash me before?
Hello.
I remember my years of pain. I struggled for a living, yet no gain. Sadness and depression flowing in my veins. But you said in your word, I will prevail. Give me garment of praise for my heaviness, oil of gladness above my fellow man. Now who know me before?
Now who like me before?
Now who want me before?
Now who dash me before?
Oh, so long, who am I
I didn't carry a year.
Agbada guru.
Pato para ti bioke baba oh baba. Now who know me before?
Who like me before?
Now who want me before?
Who dash me before?
Before them.
Urobo, for all of us who understand Urobo very well, this is our festival in the United States of America. I know we are not able to meet one-on-one, face-to-face for obvious circumstances or for obvious reasons, but please, wherever you are, join us, rejoice with us, celebrate with us, dance if you can, and let us have fun today. At this point, I want to relinquish the floor to our Olorogun Ochuko Okitikpi to take us to the next item on our agenda, which is the introduction of the Financial Secretary to give us the state of financial affairs of the association. Mr. Okitikpi, please.
Your percentage.
86.
I am sorry, I take that back. Olorogun Ochuko Okitikpi, all respects.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. You are a brother. Thank you, Mr. Boroge. Now we're getting into the meat of our program for today. And we'll be talking finances. So I will crave every indulgence for everybody to be very, very attentive because we're talking money now. I would like to introduce to us Professor Michael Owadiale, CPA, ACA, CGMA, PhD, managing partner with Smith CPA Inc. in Brentwood, California. And above all, is the financial secretary of UPUA, that's UPU America. Over to you, Sir Prof.
Recording in progress.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Robo Wado.
Hey.
It is my pleasure this morning to present as the financial secretary the financial reports for this administration for the last 4 years that I have had the privilege to serve as the association's financial secretary. I do have up to 1 hour to go through this, so I will not rush, but I will afford everybody who has questions the opportunity to be able to ask questions at the end of my presentation. It's not a long presentation. I do have some details on there, but if you have need for any additional information beyond what is presented today, please feel free to
participants.
Call or send.
Participants.
Please, if you are not making any address, please remember to mute yourselves.
Can I go on, please? All right. So with that, I'm going to go on. Like I said, the entire report covers the 3 calendar years ending December 31st, 2018, December 21st, 2019, December 31st, 2020, and the 8 months ended August 31st, 2021. So this administration's 4th year will be ending officially December 31st, 2021, but we have 8 months of our records already in the books. The first thing I always like to share is the statement of our financial position. Now, as a nonprofit, there are some slight differences between how the financial activities of a nonprofit is presented as compared to if it is a for-profit organization. So the statement of financial position, for those who may want to ask, it's the same thing as the balance sheet of a regular for-profit organization. Now, in our case, we don't have so much or too many activities going on. And so you can just on the screen see the trend of what it has been from when this administration came into power. I think the administration took over $152,235 in the bank. And as at the end of today, the total assets 4 years after is $216,717. It is worthy to note the association has no liabilities. And so we do not owe anybody anything. We only have cash in the bank, okay? And I'm going to just move on to the summary of the statement of activities. Again, this is something in a for-profit organization you will be referring to as the income statement or the profit and loss statement. But for a nonprofit, it is called the statement of activities. And what I have laid out here is just to show what the trend has been for the last 3 years and 8 months ended August 31st, 2021. We have pretty much about 5 main categories of income, which is primarily the membership dues, the convention registration and the raffle doors, the brochures, which we normally print and people will make payment for them, on the ads, and then donations, which always gives us our total convention revenue, and the insurance premium, which is just our pass-through. And once in a while, we may have some other unrelated business income, and that's what you see there. Now, it's worthy to note, I think this administration have done quite a great job in terms of growing the membership strength of the organization. And you can see that reflected on line 1 there, which is the membership dues. So for the year 2018, we have $23,889,000 as membership dues. As at the end of August this year, that number has grown to $30,429. That's almost a 40% increase compared from when this administration took over. Now, it's a different story on the convention registration and revenue, which primarily has been due to COVID. So you see that impact for the year 2020. Last year, we had no convention. And so you can see there was only $1,840 that came in as convention revenue. Up to this point in time, it's $1,456 for this year. But again, the good thing is with this new virtual convention that we now implemented, there seems to be a bounce back of revenue in the area of brochures. So for the year 2020, on our brochure, because we really didn't do anything, the $2,400.30, $30 that was collected there, it's primarily just people who had their ads on for the year 2019, but their payments came in 2020. But for this convention that we are working on now, we have been fully paid. So for every ad that is on the brochure, they are already paid for. So you can see that this year we have 10,150 from brochures. We are hoping and we believe that we should be able to match the trend for 2018 and 2019 in terms of donation from this convention. Even though it is a virtual convention, we will throughout today and tomorrow be making known our Zelle, our PayPal, and all of the means by which each person and each chapter should be able to still make the donations that we all will normally do when we all gather together. That we are not able to gather together this time should not prevent us from being able to make at least 25,000 today and tomorrow. Because by reason of we having a virtual convention, we have more people that are in attendance all across the world. So that's where we are currently. So at this point, our total convention revenue for this year thus far is $12,606. Last year, it was dismal at $7,420. For the years 2018 and 2019, it was $81,000. 2019 was $93,000. Now, The insurance premium, that's just a pass-through. Yes, we still show it as money that we received, but it's not really revenue in the true sense of it, because we are not really charging an administrative fee to members who are enrolled in the insurance program. I think we may start doing that, even if it's $2 per person, because there is a cost to the association to be doing this. So again, you can see this year, the insurance premium that has been paid is $35,887. That again is a reflection on the increased membership of the association in the last 4 years, because when this administration came into power, the insurance premium that was paid or collected was $31,978. It dipped a little in 2019, went back up in 2020, and it has kind of gone up by almost 20% in 2021. So again, strong growth in membership that is seen in both the insurance premium, and that is seen also in the membership dues that is being collected. Okay, we've not had anything primarily on the other income. There is only one big item of other income in the year 2018, which was the monies that the association collected for the convention wrapper. So again, that was just another pass-through income. Okay, so pretty much that's all for the cash receipt. On the area of cash payments, I kind of broke it out into 4 broad categories, which is the convention expenses. And so you can see the trend year over year, what our total convention expenses has been. 2020 and 2021 was really less than normal because we really didn't do much for 2020. This year is going to be an interesting year. We are really hoping and desiring to see that we really get everybody to still make the donations without us necessarily incurring all what we normally pay for occupancy to the hotels and other expenses. So we are truly hoping that for this year, we'll be able to boost the organization's revenue, even by reason of the virtual event. Now, the program expenses, what is normally in there is the roboculture, the language competition. And in the year 2019, the administration kind of did a whole lot in terms of all of the wells that needed to be repaired and maintained. So 2019 was a high year in terms of expenses for the program expenses, but all other years, it has kind of tapered off a little bit. Now, the members' benefit expense, the key item you really see there again relates to primarily insurance, benevolence every time we have lost somebody or there have been some needs to help. So other than for 2018, where there was a carryover from 2017 in terms of what we needed to spend money on, when you look at the members' benefit expense, it kind of closely mirrors what the insurance premium has been that is typically paid, okay? The bottom item there is just the general cost of running the association. This has been very, very, very low. It has been low because most of the officers of the organization literally have been executing their functions without really claiming back or getting themselves reimbursed for that. So I would say that's something the organization should watch out for. Now, 2020 was an outlier year because if you look at the general administrative expenses for 2020, that came to $7,273. The primary reason for that is the legal expense that the organization is having to bear by reason of legal action that is still in court. But for that legal action, that number there would have trended the same way the previous years have been trending. So overall, I think this administration has given a good financial scorecard. Year over year, there have never been any negative net asset, meaning there's never been any year where the organization has spent more money than it collected in this last 4 years. So that's the statement of activities. And I kind of just I like pictures. It makes it sometimes a little bit simpler for people to look at. And you can just see what our 4 different kind of revenues have been. And you can see what the growth trend has been for all of these 4 categories in the last 4 years. Again, membership has kind of gone up. So that's a great thing. If you look at the total convention revenue, that has dropped for 2020 and 2019, and 2021. Insurance premium, again, like I said, that is also going up, which is connected also to the membership dues, okay? For those of you who want details, I do think that we'll have these available in our website for people to kind of go take a look at for themselves when they need to. This is the whole details behind all of the summary numbers that I had just presented a few minutes ago. And like I said, if you see in the year 2020, just on legal expenses, we incurred 7,466, which was a very, that was not a usual reoccurring expense. So hopefully as that legal case begins to wind down, we'll begin to spend less in that direction. All right. I will move on. Again, I just kind of slice that here in a graphical form, what our total expenditure has looked like in 2018, 2019, 2020, and the first 8 months of this year. Now, this tells a very good story. And I think I have a slide that speaks to this even in more details. You can just see what it has been like in terms of the cash and the bank balance. The association this administration came up 2018, and it took up the bank balance to what it was at the end of 2018. It dipped a little bit in 2019, but thereafter, if you are looking at this slide, you can see it has been an upward not growth from 2019 to 2020, and from 2020 to the point where we are at the end of August this year. This is just a statement of the balance sheet, the details behind that summary that I spoke about. And so overall, when I look at it from a scorecard, the administration started its regime with $152,000 in the bank when they took over. At the end of 2018, the association's bank balance or net asset had grown to $176,000, which was a 15% growth. And I'm talking of just year-over-year growth. So between the end of December 2017 and the end of December 31st, 2018, this administration had grown the net assets by 15%. The growth between the end of 2018 and 2019 was low. It was only 1%. And then the growth between 2019 to 2020 was 5%. And as at the end of August this year, we have experienced a growth of 15% between the end of 2020 and August 31st, 2021. So overall, within a 4-year period, looking at where the association started, the administration started from at 152 to 35. As at August 31st, we have $216,717 as our net asset. That gives us a 42% increase in 4 years. So if you want to even try to average it out, it has been an average of no less than 10% every year. That definitely beats what you'll be getting in any bank on most of the investments that we have out there. So with that, I just want to kind of list some of the milestones I think this administration has achieved more from the financial perspective. I'm always very proud of this. We do have all of the association's accounting financial records in QuickBooks Online. And that will make it really very easy for whoever the next financial secretary may be or whatever administration. So there's just going to be an easy transference of records, the history of what this administration has done for the last 4 years, the details behind all of them. They are in that QuickBooks file, and it will be easy to just continue. I know the BOT has consistently been getting the monthly financial reports from our treasurer, Fanti Rebele, so that's a great thing. So there is clarity there. Now, when this administration came into power, we still had some tax issues. It took some, it was a little bit painful, but I know every of those matters have been resolved and every one of them have been closed out. So I am really, like I said earlier, happy to say the association owes nobody. It owes no entity, all right? And then lastly, all of our financial records, at least for this administration from 2018 to I think last year, has been subjected to an internal audit by a committee that was set up by the BOT. And I think the audit report is available for anyone, for everybody to go review for themselves and see that in this administration, there have not been incidences of financial impropriety in spite of what some allegations may have been there. But again, if anybody have questions, we are more than happy to answer your questions. Now, looking ahead, one of the things that this current BOT chair has really been pushing for, and that was why I did volunteer myself to be the chairperson of that subcommittee, is the procedures and policies manual, which will be completed before the end of this year. Now, the procedures and policy manual, it's going to give us a whole lot more details in terms of how the organization gets to operate, not just only from a financial standpoint, but also as it relates to all of the administrative things. Some of the challenges we may have had in the past that has created some conflict, we are truly seeking to see that they are well detailed out in the policies and procedures manual, such that where the Constitution does not give a clear guidance, the policy and procedures manual will be able to give that roadmap so that we can all be in compliance. Without that said, that will be the end of my presentation. I am here, and if those who have questions want to ask questions, you could put your questions in the chat. I'm able to see them. But if you also want to get unmuted and to ask your questions, please feel free to do that. Thank you. All right, let me read a question that I have here. Please give me the cost of the robo-language report and transportation of the said members. Now, typically our budget for the robo-language competition has never exceeded a total of about 4,000, and we have always kept within that. As it relates to the transportation of the executive members, the only cost we have incurred in travel, and let me kind of go back a couple of slides to some of these details so I can be very specific in my answer here. All right, so this should be able to. So if you're looking at this slide here, under the general/administrative expense, you will find that there's a line below the website development that speaks to travel expenses. Traditionally, and in the budget as approved by the BOT, we've always provided for the president and the secretary traveling to Nigeria to attend the Robo Day and also to attend some of these program activities that we carry out on the language. Now, if you notice for the year 2018, the total travel expenses for the two of them there was 4,218. Now, if you notice in the year 2019, that amount there is zero. The reason for that is when they traveled in 2019, they did not turn in their expense reimbursements on time. So their 2019 cost was paid in 2020. And so when you are looking at the year 2020, you are seeing $7,089 there. And that is for the year 2019 and 2020. So it kind of almost average out, but it's actually even lower than the 4,218 that is reflected in the year 2018. Now, I do know that the director of membership, he does a lot of travel activities within the United States, but I have not seen him come to make any reimbursement that we are aware of. Those are some of the things when we get challenges of financial impropriety. I think it would be fair for people to try to seek to get this information before they make those allegations, okay? So you can see for this year so far, there is no travel expense that is listed there. I think that should answer that question. Let me see if there's any other question here, and I will be very happy to answer your questions. So far, I'm not seeing any other questions. So Mrs. Owumi, I hope that answers your question. If there's any other question, please feel free to type it in the chat, and I'll be more than happy to provide you details.
As we have just heard the financial secretary say, if you have any question, feel free to use the chat thing there and ask your question, or otherwise you may unmute yourself momentarily just to ask your question. We're giving another 2 minutes for that.
We have a hand up, Godwin Notoma. If you can ask your questions, we do advise that you keep it brief and short and straight to the point. Thank you.
So Godwin Notoma, you could go ahead. I see your hand raised. So I don't know if you can unmute yourself. Otherwise, you may want to just type your question into the chat box, and I'm more than happy to read it so the entire body can hear the question before I answer. We may be having some technical challenges.
Yeah, I think he doesn't have the speaker icon. So
can he type it in?
I think that would be a great idea.
Yeah, okay, so somebody has a question here. Does it mean to the travel expenses this year in Nigeria will be reflected in next year's report? The answer to that is maybe. It's likely that could be the situation. If the president does make any of those travels, or if the secretary general does make any of those travels, and they turn in their expense reports on time this year so that they get reimbursed this year, then it will be recorded and shown in our financial records this year. Remember, because we are a nonprofit and because of the level of income we are making, we are doing our reporting on a cash basis, meaning we record the expense, we record the income at the point in time when we make the payment, or at the time when the money comes in. So the answer to that is going to either come in this year or maybe early next year. So that hopefully takes care of Mr. Ojeve's question. I'm just kind of going through the chat, please, so I'm not ignoring anybody. So thank you. So Larry Boji has a question there. Has there been a reconciliation of the amount budgeted and approved for the 2019 and 2018 convention brochure and the amount expended? Mr. Boji, I am not sure I understand the question completely or correctly, but if you are referring to all of the items, which I think that was the purview of the audit committee, and I'm sure you have an access to the audit report. So that audit committee, I do know they also looked into all of the ads that were in 2018 and 2019 brochure to ensure that whoever had an ad there, it was paid for. So I think the audit committee did answer that question. And I know one of the audit committee's conclusion was that there was no incidence of fraud or impropriety, whether as it relates to the convention brochure. I hope that answers your question. The BOT
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so please help me understand your question better so I can better give some clarity, please.
Okay. Yeah, my understanding and from the audit report, that I think for 2018, the amount budgeted and for the publication of the brochure was, I think, 6,000 something, and for 2019 it was, I think, about 7,000. But the amount eventually expended on that publication was, I think, for the year 2018 was about 12,000 something, and for 2019 it was about 15,000. So my question is, has there been, reconciliation of those figures, because they appear to be substantial, difference from what was, budgeted and approved and what was eventually expended for the publication?
So let me answer this way. So if you're looking at my slide, under convention expense, you will see a line there that is titled printing and reproduction. So even though you see 16,226 there for 2018 and 12,594,000 for 2019, all of those printing costs there is not only in relation to the brochure. Now, remember, for those years where we have live events, we also printed tickets, all right? And so the brochure cost is not the only thing that is rolling up into that amount. We definitely had people who took ads in 2019 who did not completely pay for those ads until the year 2020. So when you are looking at the revenue on the top line, 4 lines from the word receipts, if you look at the brochure, you will notice that for the year 2020, there is the amount of $2,430 that came in as revenue for brochures. But last year, we didn't print any brochures. So those are people who were still owing some amounts for the 2019 year. So if you want to look at the brochure revenue for 2018 and 2019, what you want to do is add the $12,249 for 2018, add the 2019 amount of $15,829, and the amount of $2,430 for 2020. And those will give you a total of, I'm doing that as I speak, that will give you a total revenue of 30,508 in terms of the revenues that came in from the brochure. Now, again, if you back out the entire printing cost, again, remember the printing cost that you are seeing under convention expense there, it's not only for the brochure. It includes printing of both the brochure, it includes printing of the ticket, it includes the printing of the banners and other things that we normally display inside the hotel. All of the printing expense for those 2 years came to $16,226 and $12,594. So at the end of the day, we still did not end up in a negative when it comes to the printing. I am aware that there was the proper processes that was followed. The NOC chair for the convention has always made it open as to people to bid on who should do the work. And if there are any questions as to their processes of selection on who does the printing, I think that can be addressed by the NOC chair for each of those years of the convention. I don't know if that is satisfactory enough for you.
Well, you did a great job in trying to, explain, what actually transpired. But my question, actually, you did indicate that the eventual cost, it's actually exclusive of, doesn't rather include, the printing of, other materials like the tickets. What's only my concern was just, the brochure, but you've not explained that the cost actually includes, or whatever we're seeing there as expenses actually include other items. My concern at this moment is that were those items, budgeted for, or were inadvertently, left out during the budgeting process?
So I think in last year's mini virtual convention, I did show how our actual expenses for the last 3 years tracked or trended against the budget that we approved. I don't have that today in my slides, so maybe in the future that will be something that needs to be shown so that people can see what that is. But I will say this, even as the one in charge of the budget, the reality is that because we didn't really have the greatest of historical records to go by, when we did our original budget for the year 2018 especially, it was a stab in the dark because we did not have the clarity or visibility into what it had been for the previous administration. I'm hoping, for example, that all of these activities that are stated here and are in the QuickBooks online file is going to give subsequent administration very good clarity to be able to make budgets that are more inclusive of everything. I am aware that there was 1 year where, because there were complaints of some people who paid for ads, but they claimed they did not get the brochures in the convention, we did a supplementary print of some of those brochures in the year 2019. So that may have increased our cost a little, but nevertheless, like the exercise I just did really quickly is I took all of the revenue for the 3 years of 2018, 19, and 20 as it relates to the brochure, and I backed out the expense of printing and reproduction for the 3 years in question. We still did not end up in a negative situation. And I think in spite of that unexpected cost that we incurred in 2019, we were not negative as it related to the printing.
All right, thanks for your explanation.
So I'll move on to another question here. This is coming from the BOT chair. Is there a deadline for reimbursement requests? Mr. BOT chair, here is going to be my answer. When we bring out the financial policies and procedures, there will be a deadline. And the deadline, which is best practice all over the world, is reimbursement needs to happen no later than 30 days after the expense has been incurred. So at this point in time, because we do not really have a policies and procedural manual, we are not following anything. But once the policies and procedures manual come into being, you have an obligation to submit your expense reimbursement no later than 30 days after you have incurred that expense. So if you don't turn it in then I would say you are out of luck in terms of you getting your money back, okay? So I'm just scrolling through to see if there's any other questions here so I don't miss anybody. All right, so there's a question here. How does the executive members decide where to travel? Is the travel expense approved, or do they just go back and forth to Nigeria anytime they want? So Mrs. Oumo, the answer is no, they don't just travel when they want back and forth. The secretary, for example, I know he has a budget for one trip, and it's all flying coach. Nobody's even given the privilege of flying business class, and it's the same thing with the president. I am aware, and this is not trying to promote anybody here, I am aware that many times when some of our officials, whether it be the president or the secretary, have cause to be in Nigeria for whatever personal things they do, sometimes they use that opportunity to also implement and execute the organization's activities. So my advice, if I'm to advise a coming administration, is the budget will need to be more robust than it has been so far. Just because it may be needful to plan in the future for somebody like the Office of the President to have a budget that allows for at least 2 trips to Nigeria. 1 trip to cover the Urobo Day and 1 trip to cover the language competition day, which they also are the medical missions trip, which is one of the programs that the association has been doing over the years. So I think those 2 officers, their budget should be expanded, in my opinion, to cover at least 2 trips. So I think you are asking what is the process of travel. Hopefully what I just said kind of explains that. Now, this is a question here from our BOT chair. Deviations from approved budget amount are normal provided they are not substantial. That's correct. I typically will look for anything above 10%. This does not mean the accounts have not been reconciled. The audit reports, okay. The BOT chair is just making a clarification. I think that is to Mr. Iboje's question. I'm going through here, please. So somebody say for the future, those items for printing, etc. may be itemized. I can provide all of the details that relates to the printing and reproduction. But what you are looking at here is a summary of everything. But that's the beauty of the system we have now. It's not any, it's not, it will only take 30 seconds. If I can change my slide, I can dive into QuickBooks right now, and I could open up and I can break line by line what the makeup of all of those numbers that relates to printing and reproduction is, okay? I think the policies and procedures will truly bring us to a higher level of accountability and transparency, because that's where you can truly have details of what should be done, how it should be done, and when it should be done. A constitution is a great working document for any organization. However, it's not really the engine work for that, okay? So we will get there. My committee, we were trying to get the policies and procedures manual ready for this committee, for this convention, but we felt that was going to be at the sacrifice of a more thorough work. So my promise to the BOT chair is we will do our best to ensure that within the next 8 weeks, the policies and procedures manual will be available and made hopefully open to all the chapters to look through, make their comments before it is finalized, okay? So hopefully that answers any other questions. Chief Boroge and Chief Okipikpi, if there are still time and you want to kind of, why is no expense for scholarship for children, but we are on course for the Robo language for 4 years? I don't have the answer to that. I do know that there is a budget every year for the scholarship. I know the scholarship in Nigeria is still being done. I don't know whether or not we have had the ability or opportunity to do anything in the last 2 years, primarily maybe because of the COVID, but that would be my best answer at this point. Any other questions? If I turn it over to, in the future, can we put into consideration the cost of going to Nigeria to give award prizes for the rural language? Let's look into it. Yeah, so I agree with the person who made that comment, please. I really do feel our budget needs to be more robust than it is. So like I said, this 4 years of records truly should be good roadmap for better budgeting for the years going forward. We cannot award scholarship for our children here in the US because Mr. BOT Chair, we can talk about that later. So thank you. The association should have 3 bids for any assault services. I agree. And I know that this NOC chair, he still does bids, but I'll be honest to just put it out here. Even for this convention, nobody I'm aware submitted bids for whatever outsourced services that they requested. Again, you will see those details in the policies and procedures manual. There is going to be a clear way for services to be paid for. there will be a clear way for us to contract anybody for services, and so that we can document those things, and anybody who seems to feel like we did not follow the procedures can kind of say, let us know when we can do something better. All right. I need to be on the, you need to be on the Policies and Procedures Committee. You are welcome. I think so let me explain the Policies and Procedures Committee. So it seems like it's generating a lot of interest, and that is okay with us. It's one committee, but we have broken the committee into two subcommittees. One subcommittee is looking more in the area of financial administration, while the second subcommittee is looking into just the daily governance and administration of the association. So Chief Owumi, please do let us know where you want to fall in. I do know on the financial side, we do have, I think, enough, but we are definitely lacking in the area of administrative, because I think the administrative subcommittee only have about 3 members. We would like to have 4 people there at least. All right, thank you. Okay, with that, I will turn it over to the facilitator, Chief Okitikbi, and my very good friend, Mwesiri Buruge.
Thank you, Mr. Financial Secretary. If it was left for me alone, I would say let us keep him as a lifetime financial secretary. He deserves a big round of applause from all of us. We can do that virtually. We see you all on the screen. Let's give him a big round of applause. He has done very well. He has done very well. And on that note, I want to remind all of us here present and those that are yet to sign in, that, he is not getting paid for this.
Thank you. Thank you. Good job. Thank you. Okay, let's pay him then. Let's pay him. Thank you.
He is a
certified $400 per hour.
Nice.
Man, this guy's too much.
Nice job. Nice job. Yeah.
Very high caliber accountant.
The best.
We are blessed to have him in our
The best ever. The best ever.
We are blessed to have him as a member of the UPUA. Okay, and we know that every red cent of ours will be accounted for. You know, so I thank you so much, Mr. Professor Michael Wadiale, for a good job, an awesome job, and we ask that you keep up the good work.
Thank you. Everybody.
It left for me, like I said, I will keep you as the lifetime financial secretary, but for the sake of our Urobo young adults who are ready behind you to learn, we will say go on and keep teaching, so we can have better reports as we progress. On that note, I want to remind all of us that we have a Zelle account. Pretty soon, the account information, the details of the Zelle account and Cash App will be flashing on screen. You are welcome to donate, so that by the next time we are listening to financial report, we'll be counting millions. For the glory of God. Urubuado, Urubuado. Hand over once again to my brother Olorogun Okitikbi to take us to the next level. Olorogun, please.
Take us to Jerusalem.
Christine, you couple.
Please mute yourselves. Please mute yourselves to avoid distractions, please. Thank you. Olorogun Okitikbi, please unmute yourself. You're talking. You have the floor now.
Thank you. We're moving on, and we're getting into the main event, which comprises of the preliminary section, the speeches. And for us to get this segment started, I will bring to all of us Mrs. S.A. Alfred to introduce the UPUA Executive President Honorable Dr. B. Dema. Miss Esse, take over, please.
UPU America Wado. Our first speaker to open the floor for her introductory speech is the president of UPU America, Honorable Dr. Mrs. Onome B. Dema. She's been our president, and the floor is open to her.
Roboado.
Hey.
Roboado. I want to thank each and every one of us here for making it such a special, making out the time to be part of this auspicious occasion. The convention is our 2021 convention, and is virtual, the first of its kind, because last year when we had one, it was a mini convention. It wasn't as detailed as today's convention, but we had something. But today, I am so proud of all of us that we're here. And so I'm going to just quickly, I would not take time, but we have in the brochure my address to all my wonderful brothers and sisters. Now, the convention is going to go on the whole of today with a lot of activities, a lot of information. We just heard the financial, Noble Association's financial report. And we'll go on. I'm going to just read briefly part of what I have in the brochure that is also on our website. So it is with bowing humility and immeasurable gratitude that I welcome each person, each family, each representative, each organization, each one present here today. Our ability to be present here right now is a proof that God and humanity have expectations of us. We have been blessed with the opportunity to commune again. Each of us individually, clear-minded and focused following the Globe's 2020 and 2021 wake-up call. We are clear-minded, reunited, and recommitted to our mission to do right by and bring honor to the Urhobo people, our ancestors, our elders, our children, our people. With that in mind, welcome one and all to the virtual annual convention of the Urhobo Progress Union America. We all have work to do. A lot has happened since 2020 virtual mini convention, like I said earlier. A one-day meeting that was held then to update UPU membership on the state of our union and to address any concerns. We lost members, friends, and loved ones. As stated at the beginning by my brother, Mr. Mwesi Borogan, we had a minute of silence for each and every one of our beloved that we lost. May their souls rest in peace. Again, against all odds, in 2020 and 2021, and in fulfillment of our mission of promoting our culture and language, we successfully held our Urhobo language competition amongst government secondary schools in Urhobo land. And as explained by the financial secretary earlier, it will interest my brothers and sisters, that yes, when I take those trips, they are paid for by myself. And what I do is I try to kill two birds with one stone. Every trip other than the Robo Day, which is paid for by the association at the end of the year, is paid for by myself and no other person. In no doubt, the awareness and importance of Robo language and culture continues to rise amongst our children, youths, and young adults, both here in North America and back home in Robo land. Because as a matter of fact, when we say the language is going extinct, it's not extinct from North America. It's extinct from Robo land. It's extinct from, again, our Robo land. And so it's a matter of concern that all of us in the diaspora that are privileged to have what we have, the setting that have come together to build UPU America, UPU in North America, that is the Americas and Canada. With the privilege, we can go back home and touch lives. And the children, true to it, have been very appreciative because the excitement, the fulfillment, the hope in each and every one of them is beyond anyone's comprehension. You need to be there. And I implore all my brothers and sisters, please join me when next we're having these events. It's open. I call everybody when I'm going. It is important. You will love what you see. The children are very content and are very excited and look forward to this ceremony every year. The UPUA life insurance, a benefit open to all interested members, is better administered now and linked to our website for easy access by participating members. Especially thank you to the group policy administrator, our very own, Mr. Paul Awusa, who is also the vice president of UPU America and the chair of this great convention that is ongoing. We also have the publicity director, Mrs. Esiogene Rose Alfred. She has been phenomenal. She has also made sure that whatever we need to do, even though in the administration we have some of us that are analog, she's been able to get us to the next level and beyond. We have enjoyed the cushion it provides to the bereaved family when going through the tough times of losing a loved one. Our finance team, you just saw the great work. A top echelon CPA, Professor Mike Wadiali, has been unbelievable. And we have Lady Fanti Rebele, who has been phenomenal. A nurse, a registered nurse of over 40 years, trained from Nigeria as a midwife and nurse, was the treasurer of our local chapter, UPU Southern California, was a two-time president of the chapter, UPU Southern California, and also a member of board of trustees, and has, in knowing her onions in anything she does, has held really great with Professor Michael Wadiali, our financial house. Thank you both for the great work. Our long-term projects have been halted as the world resets and recovers from the ravaging effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Urobo College Library, when executed as approved by the Board of Trustees, will accommodate an e-learning and more. The language software being developed by Linguisticator is still in the works. Arrangements have been concluded on starting the e-learning classes via Zoom bi-weekly, teaching Urobo language to our children here. But for starters, we're going to open it to the world, but we want to keep it all in the house first. Get the instructors that are going to be logging into the Zoom, as many people, as many of our members and their children are welcome, and we'll be starting this in the next couple of weeks. Look out for the information on the website on the instruction to register and get started with the program. Because in other words, the Urobo language, speaking it's a challenge. For me, it's a task that we all must carry out. You all know that the journey promoting the values of our mother tongue and heritage would not have been possible without the role that each and every one of us played in our various capacities, especially as executive team and members of the Board of Trustees, who constantly make sacrifices for our great union. And of course, each and every member of UPUA, each and every due-paying member, like the Financial Secretary and Treasurer have reported, all members have paid their dues up to date. I thank you all, because nothing would have been possible without the contributions from each and every member of UPU America. There may have been tough times, brothers and sisters, and a few disagreements, but such are the traits of a collection of a people who know their rights and are always seeking for improvement. I want to let you know that everything that has happened in our union makes me a better person and truly makes each and every one of us better. My dear brothers and sisters, I thank you for your support. God bless you all. God bless Urobo. God bless UPU worldwide. And God bless our great UPU America. I truly love you all from the bottom of my heart. Rubo wado, miyenyo.
Hey.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dr. Mrs. Onomedema, our UPUA president. We appreciate you. We appreciate your commitment. We appreciate your love. We appreciate your leadership. At this time, we're going to invite the BOT chair, that is the chair of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Emmanuel Ojamerai. Dr. Ojamerai, you have the floor.
Urobo wado, UPU wado,
Hey.
UPUA wado,
Hey, able, guilty.
America wado.
Hey.
If I can hear, you probably cannot. I said Urobo. Sorry, there's an echo. Sorry.
You have two devices on.
Yes. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, clearly.
All right. Sorry, we had to put on the other device. So, if I can hear you, I sang you report to you, make a jenna. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ojamerai. I'm the president of UPUA Association of Arizona, and also the chairman of the board of trustees of our great association. I welcome all delegates to this convention, especially our royal fathers and leaders back home from Nigeria in the homeland. I'm sure some of them are on this platform, so I welcome you all. I also welcome others who are not necessarily members of our association, but are listening. I'm here to present the scorecard of the Board of Trustees of our great association. The Board of Trustees of our association is the policy and oversight organ of our association. And it is made up of all the presidents, elected presidents of our 20 chapters, namely Arizona, Boston, Calgary, Canada, Northern California, Southern California, Houston, Texas, Odessa, Midland, Texas, Wado, Kansas City. We have U.S. Rural Congress, Connecticut, Yoruba Association of New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Yoruba Association of UPU Delaware, UPU Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, DMV. We also have 20 of chapters: Minnesota, Michigan, Chicago, and if I've left Las Vegas, we have Las Vegas, we have Central Florida, we have Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, and so on and so forth. So we have 20 chapters duly represented in the Board of Trustees. So I'm speaking on behalf of all the members of the Board of Trustees of our association. And I want to present our scorecard over the past 2 years, because the last time we had a convention was in 2019. And since then, we've had this COVID situation. But in spite of COVID, we have all continued to work effectively for our organization. When we took over the reins of the Board of Trustees in 2019 January, we came up with a vision, and the vision was to make UPUA a model ethnic nationality association in North America. And in doing that, we had the mission to unite our people, to ensure progress, and also to ensure that we are a transparent and accountable organization. And our efforts over the past 2.5 years has been geared towards that goal. Unfortunately, after the 2019 convention, which was canceled because of disagreement by members of one of our chapters, the BOT met and we had to take a decision. After considering various options, we voted to extend the tenure of the current executive by 1 year. After 1 year, we had this COVID situation. So again, we had to extend the tenure of the executive by another 1 year. Of course, the first extension did not go well with some of our members who took us to court, and the case is still in court up till now. But in spite of that distraction, we have continued to function effectively. All the various chapters have continued to function effectively. As you will see from the reports from the various chapters that will be presented during the course of this convention, you will see that no chapter went to sleep. The BOT did not go to sleep. The executive did not go to sleep. You've all seen the excellent report, financial report presented by the financial secretary. I've always been very proud of Michael. You know? So, what have we achieved at the BOT level? First, we have tried us in our efforts to ensure unity. and to ensure progress, we have intervened in some of the problems we had in some of our chapters and brought some degree of understanding and unity. For instance, we had a long protracted issue in the New York area between Congress and association. We set up a committee to try to resolve the internal conflict. And after more than a year, the committee came up with a report that they could not bring these two associations together. And the BOT, in its wisdom, voted unanimously to recognize Urhobo Congress as a separate chapter, because we believe that Urhobo UPU should be the home for all Urhobo people. That decision went down very well, and today we can report that there's better understanding between members of the Urhobo Congress and Urhobo Association of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Number two, we have some problem in DMV, the Washington, D.C., Virginia, and Maryland area. Internal problem we helped, and that problem was also resolved. There was also another problem in Central Florida. We helped, and that problem was also resolved. All these problems that we resolved contributed in no small measure to increasing the membership of our association, which has been reflected in the increase in membership dues as reported by the Financial Secretary. Number two, we have worked very hard in our pursuit to ensure transparency and accountability. We set up an internal audit committee, and the internal committee, after more than 18 months of work, hard work, going through all the financial records of the association beginning from 2015 to date, with a focus on 2018 to the end of 2020, presented a report. This is the first internal audit report produced for UPUA over the past 20 years. Other committees that were set up did not function. They could not complete their work. But we insisted that this committee must complete its work, and that they did. The report of the Internal Audit Committee is now available on our website for everybody to see. That was a very important milestone. Any donor who wants to give us money will remain confident that we are good stewards of the funds they give to us. Our members will be confident that we are good stewards of the money they entrust under our care, because we audit our accounts. The next step in the years ahead will be to have an external audit of our accounts to ensure transparency and accountability. Furthermore, we know that the constitution we operate is outdated. The last time it was reviewed was in 2006. We set up an constitution review committee made up of 8 chapters. They reviewed the constitution over a period of more than 1 year and came up with recommendations which the Board of Trustees looked at, which we sent to all the members of the association to review and come up with additional recommendations. Members of the Board of Trustees met over 5 meetings to review all the recommendations. And last month, we approved an amended constitution, and that has been communicated to all members of the association in line with the constitution. And that amended constitution is now on our website. It has brought an outdated constitution to date, including providing for 1 man, 1 vote, providing for a virtual convention like what we are doing now. All these were not in the previous constitution. And that is another important milestone achieved by the Board of Trustees. We also set up an electoral committee. Based on the experience we had in 2019, we vowed that we will never, ever have botched elections anymore. So we set up an electoral committee made up of respectable people, Dr. Bernard Drery, Robinson Ukawe, and Mary Iwuba. And this committee has been working diligently to organize the election that will take place tomorrow. It's going to be the first visual election. To avoid any controversy, we had to hire an election company, election body that will organize that election. I'm very confident that by the end of the election, we'll be proud of the work that this committee has done. And it will be a model again for other organizations here in America and even back home in Nigeria. Number four, we know that we have no strategic plan. All the major non-profit organizations I'm aware of, they have strategic plans. In other words, they look 5 years in advance. What are we going to do? So the BOT set up a strategic planning committee under the leadership of Dr. Austin Atiota.
What did you say, Sakoli?
Dr. Austin Atiota is the chairman of that committee. It's made up of about 8 members drawn from the various chapters. They are currently working on a strategic plan for the organization that will lay out our vision and the specific projects we would like to execute over the next 5 years. I'm very hopeful that within the next 2-3 months, that plan will be ready, will be reviewed by the BOT, and will be made available on our website so that the entire world will know our vision and what we plan to do in the next 5 years. And that plan will be updated from year to year. Without letting out the details of that plan, one of the items I know that they are considering is the establishment of an Urobo Cultural and Convention Center in America, what sometimes we call Urobo House, which is something we can, over a period of 5 years, execute. That will be one of its first. It's going to be a convention center. It's going to be more than just an Urobo House. So hopefully next year, we should be able to launch that Urobo Cultural Center. I know that some years ago, more than 10 years ago, it was approved that we go ahead with such a project, but that did not see the light of the day after that. We are determined that come next year, the project Urobo House, the Urobo Cultural Center project will take place. It will be launched by the grace of God. Number 5, we have, as Professor Wadiale noted, over the years, we've been operating using only the Constitution as a guide. The Constitution alone is not enough for us to function well. Major non-profit organizations have policy and procedure guide. So in that light, the BOT set up a policy and procedure guides committee made up of more than 8 members under the able leadership of Professor Wadiale to come up with a policy and procedure guide to guide our operations, signatories to the account, so, deadlines for submission of a reimbursement, and so on and so forth, so that there will be no ambiguity in the operation of our association. And as Professor Wadiale has promised, that policy and procedure guide will be ready in no distant future, hopefully before the end of this year. And again, it will be on the website. So some of the problems we have had in the past, some of the wild accusations will be resolved because the policies and the procedures will be clearly defined in that document. So that's another milestone we hope to achieve. Finally, I want to mention something about the ongoing court case we have. It's one of the saddest points in our association. You see, I want peace and unity.
Take a easy, take a easy.
Yeah. When they went to court, I called one of them with my wife, and I told him, "Hey, Joe, okay, take this case from court." He said he was going to come back. He did not come back. I called the other litigant several times. He did not respond. And I spoke to one of our leaders to talk to him. Rather than talk to that person, I later saw the name of that leader as supporting those people. We made every effort. We asked Mrs. Jamaho to talk to them. We asked Mr. Sekego to talk to them. We set up a committee under the leadership of Okotie to talk to them. They refused. So those who are saying that we've made no effort, we've made all efforts to bring that case out of court, but they have refused. Now, I am a defendant in that case. There's a limit to what I can do directly. So I'm going to use this opportunity to appeal to our leaders, both at home and abroad. We cannot be united. We cannot build a united, stable, and progressive association if for any small reason we go to court, which is why under the amended constitution, we have put in place for the first time an arbitration process. A conflict resolution process is now part of our constitution, so that whenever there's any conflict, whenever anybody is aggrieved, you seek for an internal process to resolve it rather than rushing to court. In the court, you pay about $350 per hour to an American to defend an Urhobo person. That is a waste of money.
Oh boy.
You see?
Jesus.
So we have to stop that case. Over the next 6 months, our challenge is to bring that case out of court. It is a waste of Urhobo resources. Please. So I'm appealing to you all, use your good positions and office and knowledge to tell these guys who are in court to sheath their sword. Let them come and negotiate. We do not want any case in court. Please, so that we can move forward, we can realize our dream of building a united, progressive UPUA, where we are Urhobo of Volvo, where we are our brother's keeper. We are all volunteers in this association. Nobody is paid. Nobody pays me for volunteering for this association. When I attend conventions, I pay for my hotel bills. I have never, ever received a dime from association. In spite of all the campaign of calumny, I have never, ever received a dime. I've never received an air ticket from UPUA. So we are all volunteers like all of you at the chapter levels. So we have a common mission. The progress, unity of Urhobo people at home and here in the diaspora. Let us move forward and achieve that vision. I want to thank our leaders in Nigeria once more. I know that they are doing all they can do, especially under the leadership of Olorogun Moses Tiger. He's doing so much to make Urhobo have its rightful place in Nigeria. I've been following his activities. We are happy, and we want to pray for God to continue to protect him and his team so that Urhobo will move forward. As I said, the money that we are spending in the court case, if we put that money into the Okugbe Microfinance Bank that he has initiated, that will create jobs for our teaming youth. So I want us as an association to support UPU worldwide. That's our parent organization. We have to support them, support our leaders back home. And I believe that Urhobo, as a people, will be counted amongst the most progressive, ethnic groups in Nigeria. I thank you all for your attention, and I'm willing to take some few questions. Welcome,
Hey.
Okay.
Questions, please. In the interim, I want to especially thank the chairperson of the BOT, in the person of Dr. Emmanuel Ojamerwaye, for an awesome job and for making efforts, deliberate efforts to bring about peace amongst us, children of the Urhobo Nation resident in the diaspora. We have members who think they can do better only if they are given the opportunity to lead. But I tell you, this is leadership in action. You don't wait on the side, watch things go wrong, and ask to be given the opportunity. Take action while you can. And I want to thank you again, Dr. Ojamerwaye. Thank you so much. Questions, please.
I have a question, please. Can I go ahead?
Please go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Ojamerwaye, for a wonderful presentation.
Please start by identifying yourself, if you don't mind, sir.
Okay. My name is Clement Ojere, the president of Urhobo Congress, New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Thank you very much, Dr. Ojamerwaye, for the wonderful presentation. My little question and concern is, you gave us an impression that UPU worldwide at home is doing very well. It's trying to put Urhobo rightly in the place it belongs. We are all aware that there's a lot of security challenges in Nigeria. And I want to know what are the steps UPU is taking, and more importantly, what UPUA is going to help in fostering, at least bringing our people to recognize the strength of the security challenges we are having in our community. So that's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ojere. Yes, we all agree that security is a big challenge, not only in the Urhobo land, but throughout the country. In fact, I would say Urhobo land is even safer than the North now, you know. And I'm also aware that the President General, Olusegun Moses Tiger, is doing a lot, starting from when the Fulani herdsmen attacked and killed our people at Ugwenu some 3 years ago. He came up with a lot of recommendations, including but not limited to having Urhobo people lead the police formations in Urhobo land, pressing for the establishment of community policing. But as you are aware, we live in a federation that is dominated by the Northerners. All the military police formations are headed by the Northerners. It has been a big challenge. Our leaders back home are struggling. They know that they cannot do it alone. This is why the Southern Governors Forum have stepped in. So we are working through the Southern Governors Forum to ensure community policing. They have banned open grazing, and there are other initiatives. Time will not be sufficient for me here to address all what they are doing back home. Here in the diaspora, what we can do is just to give support and where necessary material support, which is why this convention is focusing on security. During the course of this convention, I hope to see or receive important recommendations. If it is possible for us to even give material support, say by way of acquiring drones, we can donate drones to police formations in our area, subject to the regulatory requirements. We can acquire drones. I have a friend in Chicago. He's a specialist in drone, in the manufactured drone to protect oil pipelines. We can use drones to fish out where these herdsmen are lying. We can give drones to our local government. So there are a lot of suggestions we can come up with. Once we have those concrete suggestions, I hope that UPUA, we can make significant recommendations to improve security in our homeland. But as I said, Uroboland is not a microcosm. I mean, we are a microcosm of the entire country. So security is a national problem, but we can do all what we can to at least improve security in our homeland. And I think we have a role to play. Thank you. There's a question on the chat, but somebody said, why don't you run to become president of Nigeria? My brother, I'm not interested in politics. Count me out of politics. I have never been interested. I can only support from the background. It's not in my blood. Politics is not in my blood. I've had opportunities to become a politician and get political appointments, which I turned down in the past. And I don't think I'm going to accept any political appointments now and in the future. Thank you, but I will give advice. Somebody, yeah, any other question? Yeah. Go on. I'm going to control. Somebody,
Debbie. Debbie.
Questions?
Yo, teacher, somebody's asking a question as to why we should invest in the microfinance bank. I don't know if you want to address that, please.
Okay, the microfinance bank, Okugwe Microfinance Bank. This idea came up over 3 years ago. And I remember I went to the then strategic planning committee. I went, it was, the Okugwe Microfinance Bank is being sponsored by UPU worldwide. And when the idea came, I went to the then strategic planning committee to appeal that UPUA should invest in that bank. That appeal was turned down. To my chagrin, I was disappointed. I felt as a sign of, because I understand look, I was the head of community development for Shell Nigeria in the Western Division for many years. I understand the importance of microfinance. I attended an international conference on microfinance chaired by Mohammed, the Nobel Prize laureate from Bangladesh. I know the importance of microfinance. And I know that microfinance can lift people out of poverty. So we should invest first and foremost because it will lift our people out of poverty if the program is well managed. So our emphasis should be on how can we ensure that the program is well managed. And when I looked at the first board that was established under the leadership of Dr. Folorunsho Abudu, who was my colleague at the University of Benin in the mid-1980s and rose to become a deputy managing director of First Bank of Nigeria, I felt that initiative was in safe hands. When I look at Olorogu Moses Tiger is a clever businessman. He has the same background as I have. He's an economist and he worked in the oil industry for many years. He excelled himself in the oil industry. And that's why he has become a successful businessman. So when I look at the people behind this initiative, I think it is a good initiative. And it is going to be owned by the old Urobo people. This is how Wema Bank started in the Western region. This is how other banks in other ACB, former ACB in the Eastern region. You see? So, but Urobo people, we do not have a bank we call an Urobo bank. So our young youths, our women, when they go to the banks, traditional banks, they cannot get loan to improve their business. Okugbe Microfinance will solve that problem to some degree if it is well managed. So I believe we can invest in that. Investing 10,000, in fact, at that time, we only recommended $2,000. They are not asking so much from us. I know that Olorogo Moses Tiger can single-handedly establish that bank, but that will be Tiger's bank. He wants this thing to be an Urobo bank. All what they are looking for is about 300 million naira. 300 million naira. Put it in dollars. How much is that? So if the whole of Urobo, we cannot trace through, and you know how many microfinance banks are in Nigeria today? Almost 1,000. Most ethnic groups have. It's only Urobo we don't have. What is the big deal? That we cannot afford a microfinance bank, that we are quarreling among ourselves. They are going to eat our money. Who is going to eat your money? Tiger? Or Dr. Budu? Come on. So I'm using this forum to appeal to UPUA. Let us be invested in this initiative. It will help our people. I can vouch as an economist and somebody who has, promoted and managed microfinance institutions for Shell Nigeria, that it is a workable initiative. So I hope that the Board of Trustees will make a decision to invest, to show our contribution. You see, when Urobo College was founded in the 1940s, the same thing, people, college, but Mo was on an Oja. We have to do it. And he did it. Today we have another Urobo College in the name of Okugbe Microfinance. Let us support it. Mieni. Edward.
I have
Let
a
us take
question.
the next question from Godwin Ikoro. I see his hand's been up for a while now.
Somebody, Edward, has been raising his hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Olorogo Edward.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that. Godwin Ikoro, please.
Urobowado. Hey. Godwin Ufomanefe Ikoro. By the grace of God, I am the president of UPU here in Midland and Odessa, Texas. I was also the chairman of the Constitution Review Committee that just completed the assignment. So during our work in reviewing the Constitution, I had the opportunity to have some thorough insight into some of the provisions in our Constitution. But I want to say here that we have been failing in trying to utilize some of the elements that we have in that Constitution. The Englishman says charity begins at home. Every time when Urobo people in America are gathered, everything we want to talk about is what is happening back in Nigeria. This is our home. But we have failed in some areas. Among us, we have people who take it upon themselves to insult our leaders, elected leaders. Even in a gathering of this nation, somebody will be telling our president to shut up. somebody will be telling the BOT chairman to shut up. The only thing that we can do as a people is to mute and unmute the fellow. We are known for our hard work and respect for our elders as Urhobo people. But here in America, that is lacking. So I want to ask you, BOT Chair, what can we do? What can we do? Because it is a better forum to address this. 130 people, 31 people in attendance. What can we do to make sure that our people, individuals, collective groups, don't stoop so low in the future to insult our elected leaders or our fellow Urhobo people for no reason?
Thank you so much, Mr. Gordon.
Okay, thank you so much for that observation.
That was more
yes.
of a comment or an observation than a question. But we'll have the BOT provide answers to your concerns in a minute. Permit me to announce to everyone that I have just received reliable information that the Okugbe Community, rather Microfinance Bank, have raised as at yesterday 328 million naira. So we keep climbing. We keep climbing. Kudos to our homeland investors. Thank you so much, Mr. BOT. Please, you may carry on.
Thank you. May our name be written when the history of Okugbe Microfinance is written. May UPUA be counted. Now, on the issue of discipline within UPUA amongst our members, yes, Godwin is correct. We have received a lot of insults. As I said, we are not here to make political name or to make money. We are here because of Odawe Urhobo. You see? So it is very painful when people write emails. They tell you, shut up, they call you names. It is very painful. This is why, you know, Socrates said many thousands of years ago that a country deserves the leaders it gets, that a country will be ruled by fools, because when wise people come, they are abused and they leave office. I'm just trying to paraphrase him, Socrates and Plato. So what can we do in UPUA if we want to build a united and strong UPUA? We must have a provision to discipline our members who err. And there's somewhere in the Constitution, as Mr. Ikporo said, where we can enforce discipline. When people take actions that are inimical to the association and people are very abusive, we can take action. And I can tell you, under my leadership as chairman of BOT, we have not shied away. A member has been sending unsolicited emails, abusing, unfounded emails, and we had to enforce that aspect of our constitution, and we expelled him. Number two, we have seen situations where some members of our BOT became unruly during BOT meetings. We suspended that member. We have seen a situation where a former leader engaged in actions that were detrimental to the overall interest of UPUA. We suspended that member. We will not relent in our efforts to ensure discipline within the BOT. I know people have accused me, they've said, oh, you guys are expelling and suspending members. We are doing those ones to ensure discipline so that people will not get away with abusing people unnecessarily. So those are three actions we took, and we hope they sent the right message to the general membership of UPUA that so long as I am chairman of BOT, who will discipline people, not me as an individual, who will make the case. All these decisions were unanimously arrived at. And each member of the BOT is independent because they represent their chapters. When you put the facts before Urobo people, they are capable of making rational decisions. You see the report that was presented by the financial secretary, a professor, a CPA. He has his integrity on the line. Yet people have been writing, making wild accusations without the facts. They have not even read the audit committee. They have not even read the financial reports. Let us be very civil. Some of us have worked in other non-profit organizations. We see how civil people are. We cannot tolerate Jagodaism, so to say, in UPUA. It's not a place for Jagoda. It's not a place for banditry. So we will enforce. Luckily, we have that provision in our constitution. And in the various chapters, if you have members who are unruly, don't fail to discipline them. Because one of the problems we have back home is indiscipline. Some years ago, Idiagbo had to force this war. Why? War against indiscipline. We must have our own war against indiscipline in UPUA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. BOT Chair. I want to take a minute to recognize in our midst the presence of the President General of the UPU in the person of Olorogu Dr. Moses Ogenerume Tiger, JP. Sir, you are highly welcomed into our gathering today. All due respect, thank you so much for being here. In a few minutes, we will get around to you so you can tell us a few things that you have for the Urobo people in the United States and Canada. Thank you so much, sir, and welcome.
Thank you.
I take another question from Dr. Mrs. Noja Uwadiale, please.
All right, Urobo Wado. Odeme Enojare Uwadiale ni Uwu. I'm the president of UPU Northern California. My question goes more to the financial secretary and the BOT chair who could answer a portion of it. I know the answer, but for the benefit of everybody, I want to ask this question. People erroneously assume that because we are a non-profit, we cannot invest. Would you please, based on the IRS guidelines, speak to that? I know that is what you do as a professional, so I would want that whole thing of, oh, we are a non-profit, we cannot be investing, we cannot have investment, so that people can get insight to that, please.
Professor Wadiale, you want to start or do you want me to go?
I could answer that. So it's a very simple answer. And I think I've been responding to a few members directly on the chats today. And I think one of the things that will be needful will be, hopefully maybe next year, we get to do some kind of financial workshop in the course of the convention. It is incorrect to assume or to think that because we are a nonprofit, we should be poor, okay? A nonprofit can be very financially buoyant, and it can generate its income from what is regarded as unrelated business activities. And what that simply means is the fact that we're a nonprofit means we are not paying taxes on the core social functions or duties that we are doing. But if we choose and we begin to make some investment, that's fine. Then we pay the taxes that are associated to the profit of that non-unrelated business activity. And I think when I'm looking at everything on the chart, it sounds like a lot of people who push back against our investing in microfinance bank they came from that premise of not really wanting us to violate the constitutions or the IRS regulations. So we need to do a proper education, and I think the people will come on board in that direction. Yes, we are able to, we can invest, and there are many ways we can do that without going into details. For example, UPUA as an organization can set up a completely different entity that is owned by UPUA 100%. And that entity can be a for-profit business that is owned by this organization, okay? So we run all of our activities from a point of commerce through that different entity, but that entity is owned by a non-profit. That's one way we could go about it. Alternatively, we can directly invest in it, but we know we'll pay the unrelated business taxes. So the short answer is yes, we can do that investment. Yes, it's not going to violate the rules of the game. We will pay the taxes that is associated with the profit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Michael has actually answered the question. It is yes. Yes, yes, yes. I have spent a considerable time of my stay in the US working in the nonprofit sector before moving to the college recently. And I was the vice president for research and development for a nonprofit organization for more than 12 years. We had investment. We had a housing complex where people paid rent. What we did is that the profit from that housing complex was not shared. You see, it was reinvested. So we were able to increase our housing unit for the poor people, especially Blacks and Latinos. You see, we had a barber salon, where people come and cut their hair. We had a kitchen where people come and eat and pay, and we made money. So UPUA has opportunity here in the US to make money. The Okugbe microfinance is a veritable source of income for UPUA because under the leadership of Olorogu Moses Tiger, it is going to run effectively. And this is why I've been preaching. Let us put our money there. And the other opportunities back home we can invest in. As Professor Wadiale said, just pay the taxes. Report it as unrelated business activity. That's all IRS is looking for. So for the umpteenth time, because I emphasized this to the BO, to the SPC members 3 years ago, they were unwilling to listen to me. I told them I'm speaking to you as an economist. I know IRS. I'm speaking to you because I am in the nonprofit sector. We can do it. We can do it. That's an area we have neglected as a nonprofit for the past, many years. So hopefully going forward, let's look. We have almost $200,000 in the bank.
Over.
Giving us what? 0.05% interest. My God. Do you think if I have that money, I will invest it in some unrelated business activity? So please, I hope a new executive, whatever executive, the new leadership that we take at the executive level will look into that area. We are just, the BOT is just a policy and oversight arm of the association. That provide those ideas, but then they have to be executed. Thank you, Michael.
Hey,
Thank
I
you
raised
so
my hand
much.
since so.
I know, Olorogo Mukoro, just 1 minute. Thank you so much, BOT Chair, for...
Olorogo Edward Onodowan, he has been raising his hands, please.
Okay, he will come after, Olorogo Mukoro will come after the other person you just mentioned. I keep looking on the screen, but I'm not seeing him. But I'll let him go right now. I'll let him go right now.
You have to unmute yourself. You have to unmute yourself.
If you're speaking, please unmute yourself so we can hear you. or we'll give the floor to Dr. John Mukoro. We cannot hear you still.
You cannot hear me?
Okay,
Yeah, we can hear you now.
We can hear you now. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Urobowado.
If you have more than one system on, because what are the phone offer what connected line now? Because so now we'll use your time. Getting a vibrating system now.
On. It's only one system I have on.
Okay, go ahead then. It's clear
Everybody
now.
cannot be answering you. We are all muted. That's why they're not saying A. I think that's where he's confused.
Okay. Okay, go on. We can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I hear
we
you.
Can hear you.
Okay.
Just go on.
Now they can hear you with the ear.
Okay,
You are frozen. You are frozen. We can't hear you now.
Oh, Chief Edward, can you hear me as I speak? Okay, while you try to fix your system, let us hear from Olorogo Dr. John Mukoro. Let's save some time here.
Let me unmute myself. Yeah, Urobowado.
Can hear you.
Urobowado. I just want to very quickly, very briefly, comment on the historical value of what they just talked about, the nonprofits. For so many years, we have been trying to correct that impression, but for some reason, nobody wants to listen to it because the word nonprofit just defeats us right away. Okay, we've been trying to, just like the Board of Trustees has stressed, that the nonprofit, for goodness sake, can almost do anything that any business can do. But however, the main difference is that you cannot, the profit cannot inure to your directors. Yep. In a regular business, of course, directors, they share the money at the end of this year. But in this one that we're in, it cannot inure to us. It is in the corporation. And there's so much we can do. And also, we've also tried in the past that if we can look outside, if we can go to the chevrons of the world and just tell them this is what we are doing and they're impressed with us. And when they give you money, they would rather give you the money than pay taxes on it. So those are the tools that we have at our disposal that we have never used. That is why I was commenting today that the standard of leadership of UPUA has been taken to another level. So anybody who feels he cannot handle these matters need not apply. And as at the debates, that question was asked. Even the 4 presidents running for president of an association, they flunked that question. They didn't know what a nonprofit is. They just think we're internal. Somebody said it was the pressure group. We're not. Why would somebody who is running for an association presidency not know that? But I'm sorry, but if you don't know, you don't know it. But anyway, I'm glad it's been said. Robwado.
I'll tell you about Olorogo Dr. John Mukoro for throwing that light onto this darkness that has plagued the UPUA for so long. I know we may not hear each other clap, but we can see you put your hands together for that explanation. Now, you see, this is what this is the whole idea behind if you know something, say something. You don't have to be in office to take Urobo up to the next level. Here is someone who knows how it works, and he has said it. He didn't need to run for office. But now with what he has told us, we are better knowledgeable on how the nonprofit work. So thank you once again, Dr. John Mukoro. I don't know if Chief Edward is ready now. If his system is clear, we can take one more question before we move on to the next item on the agenda. Chief Edward, are you still with us? Chief Edward, are you with us, please? Okay, in the absence, is he there?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Just shoot on. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I was trying to comment on Dr. Jamerai's efforts and that of the executive. But my issue was actually with the securities at home. These culprits are all over our forests. It is not that we don't know where they are. We know where they are. And there have been reports that our local leaders have been taking money from them and then allocating lands to them to graze, in spite of the fact that they have our children, raped them, and they are still there. I think what is really serious here is that our inability to defend our families, to attack these people, is what is responsible. In other parts of Nigeria, they've set up certain military, paramilitary groups who attack these, we call them many names, but they call them Fulani herdsmen and all not. All those who commit this crime, they attack them and make sure that they don't operate. So my question is this: is there anything the EVA of Urobo can do to organize and get our young men to form this paramilitary, this militia group that can always attack these people whenever they strike? And can we support them? Well, the president talked about, the BOT chair talked about the drone. That is one thing. The drone is to locate where these people are. But the other issue is, when you locate where these people are, how do you get them eliminated?
Thank you, Chief Edward. Thank you, Chief Edward. But very quickly, before the BOT chair responds to that, let me take one last question from our sister here, Claudia Lay Owumi, and then that will be it for the question and answer session. So we can respond to both questions in one fell swoop. Thank you. Over to you, Miss Claudia Owumi.
I'm Chief Owumi.
I'm sorry, Chief.
I'm Chief Owumi.
Chief Mrs. Claudia Owumi. I take that back. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Aroba Wado, listen, I'm in nonprofit. I'm in the nonprofit world. I know nonprofit. I suggest a workshop, a really detailed workshop on nonprofits. There is money out there for some of the projects we want to do. This is 2021. Black Matters is out there. They want to help us. These foundations want to help us in every area and everything that we want to do. Youth development is out there. Housing is out there. Even a robo house is out there. Now come and get that money. That's all I'm saying. Come and get that money.
Yes, yes, yes.
If people of color, Black Americans can get that money, why can't we as Arabos? I'm a Black American that's married to an Arabo who died. I know where the money is. I know where the foundations are. Let's set up a committee. Go and learn. Let's learn about the nonprofit world and get that bucks. I've raised over $10 million for youth development, youth gangs. Okay? So come on, let's do this thing.
All right.
Microfinance bank is a very good concept, but it's never come to the greater body. So we're going to figure out what to do. So we're going to argue about microfinance. But why do we not have an Arabo bank? Why don't we?
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for women.
I'm sitting. Wait. I'm sitting in my car right now. I want to move this agenda. I have children that are Arabos. What are we going to leave them? Nothing. Thank you. I'm out.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we let the BOT and whoever is on the board wants to answer both questions.
Okay, let me answer any other person can chip in. First, let me thank Chief Mrs. Oume. I totally agree with her submission. We have been missing this opportunity. But first, when I took over, when I campaigned, before I became chairman of BOT, I went to Charity Navigator to look for Urobo associations. There was none. I look at how you rate non-profits. If they rate UPUA, we will be very, very low. In other words, we will not qualify for grants by major donors. Why? We do not have the basic requirements. We do not have audited accounts. We do not have a strategic plan. We do not have a policy and procedure manual. We do not have a DUNS number to get grants. I'm a certified grant writer. I'm certified by the American Grant Writers Association. I'm the chairman of the ethics committee of the American Grant Writers Association. So I know what I'm talking about grants. I'm also a grant professional certified by the Grants Professional Association of America. I am the senior grant writer for the Maricopa Community College District. So I write grants. I've written over $20 million of grants to colleges. So I know what I'm talking about. So when I took over, I said the first thing we have to put our house in order. Let's get an audit report, get all the basic requirements so that when we apply for grants, we will be eligible to receive the award. Let's have the financial systems in place so that donors will trust us. Let's remove our court cases. Not if they Google us, then something will come that we have a case in court. They Google us, somebody has written an email that we are embezzling money. We don't want all those nuisance. They will bar our chances. This is why I said, let's put our house in order. And that's what has driven the BOT to put all these systems in place. I'm happy to report that we are getting there. Hopefully by next year, we will start applying for grants because we have been able to put our house in order so that when we apply for grants, when they Google UPUA, they will not see negative reports. When they go to our website, they will be satisfied. They will see our amended Constitution 2021. They will see audit report. They will see a strategic plan. They will see policy and procedure. Yeah, they say this is a credible organization. Then we can be rated by Charity Navigator. Maybe they give us 3 stars. Then our chances of getting grants will be heightened. So that's going to be the challenge for the current executive and BOT, and we hope to pursue that headlong and also invest in unrelated business activities. Now, let me go to the issue of security. Yes, I agree. We can do a lot, and what I would have deferred to Olorogo Moses Tiger to update us on what they are doing back home to get our EVAs involved. But I know that they are doing a lot. The UPU is doing a lot. It is true that some of our EVAs, some of our kings, have sold land, given land to the Fulani headsmen. I read about Ogo, Ogo Kingdom. If you go to somewhere in Ogo now, there's a section of Ogo that has been taken over by the Fulani headsmen. They are trying to have a sort of a Fulani settlement there. So I know that the UPU is doing a lot. I can see Olorogo Moses Tiger here now. So I'm going to defer to him to give us an update of what UPU is doing to ensure security in Urobo land, especially with the reports that some of our traditional rulers are selling land or allocating land to Fulanis to establish this, or what can we do to promote ranching by Urobo people in Urobo land. Because ranching is the way to go. If we are going to have ranches owned by Fulanis, we are not helping ourselves. But if we have ranches owned by Urobo people rather than Fulanis, can we make a fatwa, you know, a curse on any Urobo people who will sell land to the Fulanis? You know, pronounce it, you know, the Muslims, they say fatwa. Can we pronounce a curse or make a decree that no land in Urobo must be allocated to a Fulani? Yes, we have ranches, but they should be owned and managed by Urobo people. Is there anything that UPU is doing in that direction? So,
Thank you.
Sorry,
Thank you.
On the spot,
Yeah.
but
we want to formally introduce him and usher him in.
Okay.
I will give the floor to Honorable Dr. Mrs. Onome Dema to formally, you know, introduce the President General worldwide, please.
Very good. Yeah.
Urobado, we have the honor and great privilege of having our father, Olorogu Dr. Moses Ogenerume Tiger, the President General of UPU Worldwide, the Agerese of Urobo land, I make bold to say, someone who has been a talk now do. As a matter of fact, the microfinance bank that all of us are talking about, he started the contribution by putting $25 million naira of his money, not dollars, 25 million naira to kickstart, to invest in it. And of course, like I said in the forum, we have had 328 as at yesterday, ably led by the chairman, Mr. Abraham Ogbodo, co-chaired by Mr. Francis Ewerido. And we have had a great team, and great Urobo sons and daughters have connected to this vision. And they want to make us make sure that this bank comes to life and that we are able to truly make our women and youth benefit from what we know that no other person can help us but ourselves. But anyway, without much ado, let me introduce our very own father, the President General, the Toknadu, the Agerese himself, Olorogu Dr. Moses Tiger, UPU President General worldwide. Welcome.
Thank you. Gaga. Vavo CV. Numero tutakova nune. 2019. We're here in Philadelphia. And it was good. So nune. Leka mota to UPUA, the best organized foreign offshore branch of UPU. We're very happy with you. So the Chairman Board of Trustees, Dr. Emmanuel Ejemarwai, I presume Congresswoman Yvette Clark is there, member of United States Congress, representing New York's Congressional District. All members of the Board of Trustees, executive members of UPUA and Canada, Her Excellency Ambassador Arikana Shikombori Kwa, former African Union Ambassador to the United States of America, and all other members of the National Assembly, Delta State House of Assembly, our Royal Majesties present, member of the Delta State Executive Council, our spiritual fathers and religious leaders, our Ilorogus, our Ekakuros, and those that have the tool economy, and chiefs present, prominent personalities, leaders and guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for this golden opportunity that you have given to me. It gives me great pleasure to attend this 28th virtual conference of UPU America and Canada. Let me begin by extending, on behalf of the National Executive Council of UPU and the entire Urobo Nation, our warmest congratulations and best wishes to Lorogu Dr. Mrs. Onome B. Dema, President UPUA, Dr. Emmanuel Chamerwai, Chairman Board of Trustees, executives and entire members of UPUA on this grand occasion. Permit me to also extend a warm welcome to our very distinguished Urobo personalities, guests, friends of UPUA, and everyone participating in this virtual conference. What has happened since our last meeting at the 26th Annual Convention of UPUA in Philadelphia, which I was lucky and happy to attend in August, September 2019. As you well know, last year the UPU could not hold the annual Urobo National Day celebration because of the uncertainties and challenges of in-person meetings amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Until February this year, meetings of the UPU National Executive Council were held virtually. However, the UPU has remained alive to its mission of serving the entire Urobo Nation. We are committed to responding firmly and promptly to the various challenges confronting us as a people at the present time. Notwithstanding the socio-economic and financial constraints presented by the COVID-19 scourge. About a year ago, on June 14, 2020, UPU and undoubtedly the Urobo Nation lost a great leader, elder statesman, and Chairman Board of Trustees, UPU, Major General Oro Esio Obada, GSSC, Order of the Niger, Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The UPU worldwide participated actively in the bidding our great general a final farewell on August 13, 2020. Similarly, UPU worldwide played an active role in the burial of Professor Peter Palmer Eke, world-acclaimed scholar, eminent historian, and founder Urobo Historical Society, UHS, who transmitted on November 17, 2020, and was laid to final rest in March 26, 2021. And we actually brought him to our great hall, Uyamuge Hall, for celebrations. May the soul of these departed heroes of the Urobo Nation and others who have ascended the eternal glory continue to rest in perfect peace. Amen. Now, recently, a member of the Board of Trustees, past Deputy President General of the PDP, of the UPU, Dr. P. Obakonoe, has just gone and transmitted, and will be buried on the 18th of November, 2021. This week alone, General Dominic Uneya has also gone, and will be buried on the 10th of September at Iwere in Agbaro next week. So these are the problems that we are suffering. Other issues. A delegation of the UPU was at the National Assembly Complex, Abuja, to submit a memorandum of urbanization to the Senate Committee on the review of the 1999 Constitution, which is chaired by our distinguished Deputy Senate President, His Excellency Ovie Omo-Agege. We also made presentations to the Senate Constitutional Review Committee at the public hearing to the South-South Zone held at Asaba in May 2021. Much progress has been made on our projects of action. The UPUA microfinance for rural women and youths, in particular, is on a steady course. A fundraising committee of passionate and nationalistic rural professionals, led by Mr. Abraham Obodo, veteran journalist and former editor of The Guardian newspaper, as chairman. Mr. Francis Ewerido, author, columnist, and past secretary of Robo Social Club, Lagos, as vice chairman, and Dr. Benson Uweru, partner, Ernst & Young, as secretary, is presently harmonizing the operations for the establishment of the bank. Over 328 million, as you have just heard, has been collected. And I tell you, to show you the love of our people, Engineer Matthew Ederie gave us 50 million. Oloroku Oscar Ibru gave us 55 million, all within the last 2 weeks. So I thank Dr. Jamerwai for his very useful comments on the microfinance bank, whose objective is to move the Robo Nation back to create a commercial bank in the not far distant future. There is no Robo bank in existence, Robo commercial bank in existence at this point in time. It's a shame. So our objective is to move from microfinance to forming a commercial bank, and we will get there. Incidentally, our dear president of UPUA, Olorogu Onome-Dema, has been nominated into the interim board of the proposed bank, among other distinguished Urobo patrons. Our Urobo Cultural Center, Oyamuge Agbaro, phase 1 of renovation work has reached an advanced stage, and we are set to begin stage 2. And we are going to celebrate our 90-year celebration in that Oyamuge Center. The UPU is very active on the issues surrounding the constitution of a substantive board, the Niger Delta Development Commission. The issue of our son, Olorogu Bernard Okumaba, former commissioner for Delta State, who have been nominated by the presidency and approved by the Senate, is still hanging. And we are working hard to ensure that he becomes the president or the chairman of the NDDC. The general election is coming up in 2023. And of course, we've gone around the circle of the districts, of the senatorial districts. So it's the turn of the Urobos to produce the next governor of Delta State. And we are not going to let it go. The UPU is working to ensure this. We have formed a committee to bring out the best Urobo candidates for the governorship nomination. On the petroleum industry bill, which has lingered on for over 20 years, we have shown our interest in the recently passed bill and have expressed our concerns on the host communities' entitlements that instead of 3% to 5% should be 10%. The Petroleum Industries Act has now been signed into law by the President Muhammad Buhari of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, Robo Progress Union will clock 90 years, mark it 90 years on November 3rd. We are the second oldest such social-cultural institution in Africa. next to the one of South Africa. However, the celebration of the 90th anniversary will take place during the annual Urhobo National Congress, which is to hold from November 29th. Please take note that the celebration of the 90th anniversary of the UPU will commence from November 29th to December 5, 2021 at the Urhobo Cultural Center of Yamuge. An organizing committee headed by Professor Sabo Yowaire, former Minister for Information, has been put in place to make the event a grand and memorable one. I'm here by inviting the entire membership of UPUA, other branches of UPU, and Pan-African clubs and associations worldwide to participate in the 90th anniversary celebration. And a new special wrapper, has been designed for this occasion. The theme of this virtual conference, quote, security in Urhobo land, the way forward, unquote, is both timely and pressing. The livelihood, peace, communal life, and security of Urhobo communities are facing the continued threat of killer herdsmen, kidnappers, and other criminal elements. The devastating consequences of these security threats on food security, socio-economic growth, and development of Urhobo nation, as well as the existence, mental and physical health of our people, are unimaginable. Beyond communicating these concerns to the federal and state authorities, the UPU has put in place a security committee. This committee was previously led by our departed chairman of UPU Board of Trustees, Major General Okaru-Bisant, but now chaired currently in an acting capacity by Colonel Morrison Ide, retired. It has been working hard, and we are communicating with all past generals in the Urhobo community, a bit quietly, to address these security complications. They played a great role in ensuring some level of peace and stability in the Uweru Kingdom during the invasion by killer herdsmen in 2020. As the lineup of distinguished speakers delve into these important issues, it is my sincere hope that this conference will further provide practical solutions to tackling these problems. I'm very grateful to our speakers for giving us their time, particularly the keynote speaker, Dr. Charles Akpoki, an acclaimed development expert and entrepreneur. I'm sure you will enjoy their contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by thanking you for your kind contributions and strong support for the home-based UPU and my leadership. I'm immensely grateful to you all. I wish you all a fruitful conference. Thank you all.
Honorable Moses Tiger. Thank you so much. That was an awesome speech by the President General of UPU Worldwide. For those of us who have concerns, who have questions regarding what the Urhobos are doing regarding issues of insecurity in Urhobo land, I hope you have some of your questions answered now. And if not, I'll say wait to hear from Dr. Charles Akpoki in the keynote address as we go on. Thank you so much, Honorable Moses Oganerume Tiger.
There's one question that did the UPUA America membership appoint the president to the board of the microfinance bank? Is that legal? Is this the constitution? Yeah, I can answer him. The UPU worldwide is not answerable to any branch. We can appoint anybody, all of you, any of you, to serve at home, to assist the home to grow. So, Olorogo Wumi, yes, we have the right. We don't have to. We did not appoint a Dema on the basis of UPUA. We appointed her in her own merit to serve. She has double chieftaincy, both from Olumu and from Ethiopia East, and we appointed her to represent the women folk at that point in time. So your question is illegal? Yes, we have the right to appoint anybody who's an Urobo person in the world to serve and to serve the Urobo nation. And that's why we appointed her.
Okay, that being said, Urobo Ado.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you once again to our President General. We, as we're all aware, this is a festival we are having in the United States and Canada of all Urobos living in the diaspora. This calls for a celebration. This calls for a celebration. I know we are sitting in the comfort of our own homes. If we were in one Sheraton hotel somewhere, we will all be drinking, smiling, laughing, dancing, and high-fiving one another. So let us not leave that one out. If you feel like giving us thumbs up, use the icon on the platform and give us thumbs up. You know, at this point, I want the DJ to give us some music while we relax. If you have a bottle of Fanta in your house, feel free to hold on to it and take some sips. If you want to take some whiskey, it's all well and good. Mr.
My hand is raised.
Who is this?
I raised my hand. This is a field DAT, also in Joby from Central Florida.
I'm sorry. You have a question, I guess?
Yes, sir. I have a question for the president, Migosa. It's more like, I just want to clarify this. I've been seeing a group on Facebook that says Urobo Worldwide, and there's a different president. So I just want to know, is that a different faction, or is it are the groups together or something?
Thank you. It's a long story, but I was sitting in my house when the Urobo Kings, and the fourth time in history, they came to plead with me to come and be President General of UPU. The same thing that I've been asked from 1999. So I considered it the fifth time, and I accepted. But they have had their differences much earlier with one man called Engineer Mene, and he had been removed, and they had appointed Ofotuku to be 6 months interim president before they came to me. But he refused to go away. So he's the one, the Urobo Kings tabooed him, and he's supposed to be in exile, but he claims to be a roadside president of UPU. So we are not together, and we don't recognize any other group. And we are happy that UPUA is with us.
Thank you, sir.
At this time, we are going to take a short break.
In any case, madam, there's another group called Urobo World United Union. Urobo World United Union. If that's what you saw in Facebook, but that group is wanting to register with UPU worldwide. But if that's what you saw on the internet, Urobo World United Union. But that's a Facebook group. But they've just written to us in UPU that they want to pledge their loyalty and they want to register with the UPU worldwide. So I don't know what that's the one you meant, madam.
Okay, sir. I'll send you a screenshot, sir, after.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this
So,
point,
any questions you want to ask me?
Questions. I see Chief Mrs. Serube raise hands up, and one Gabriel. I would like you guys to take your questions and back to back, and we will give answers back to back. Let us start with Chief Serube. Unmute yourself, sir.
Yes. Urubuado.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to say thank you to our President General Worldwide for at least attending to our call. Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
Thank you.
My question is going to be a little bit not directly to the insecurity in Urobo land. I heard you mention there were some committee in place working on it. My question would be, what actually is the direct procedure plan we have now if we heard of anything happening in any part of the world? What are the response procedure we have for immediate action?
The question you are asking, I guess, is that if there's so where are we going to run to?
Yes.
Is it that we're going across the Niger to the Igbos, or we're going north to the Benin, or we're going west to the Yorubas, or we are standing on our own? This is the issue you're asking.
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, it's not an issue that I can discuss in an open discussion of this nature. But I can assure you what I said in my speech, that all our retired generals were in league with them. So I think it's sufficient for me to say that. That is, we're not sleeping on our own. That's why I say is a theme, and we are combining both natural resources and modern day resources. And we are working with the state government to say, okay, if we go that and I can get so far, I can get if we Yoruba that and I like Yoruba, the Yoruba can rule. So these are the issues that we are thinking and we are working on. But make us attack one with telephone, but we are aware of it, and I'm happy that you are concerned about it. So if you have ideas, you can let us know. I pass it to the various committees that are working on this area.
So our father has spoken, and you can figure the rest out from there.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick question from Gabriel, and that should do it for this session as we move on to a brief interlude, a musical interlude. And please don't forget, it's party time.
Thank you.
Robowado. Can everyone hear me? Okay, Wado, Robowado. My name is Gabriel. We are Captain from UPUNC, Northern California.
Okay.
My question has to do with the one asked by one of our concerning the splinter group. I won't say splinter group, but maybe a group that just came up, as the president alluded. When there was a story about the return of loot from England or from Britain,
yes,
Europe. Yes. When that story came out, Engineer Mene was addressed as the UPU President General, even on TV, and he actually wrote to Britain or wherever the money is coming from, that the money should not be given to the federal government, but be given to Delta State. In other words, they recognized Engineer Mene as the President General of UPU. He was addressed as such, even on channels. What did the UPU worldwide do to refute such to counter his stand in the return of the loot? because it was on public media that this man is claiming to be UPU President General. Up to now, imagine the whole lot about the little can the President General address that?
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. We also wrote I see to the presidency, I see to the Attorney General of the Federation, I see to the British Parliament. It's an impostor. That is not the recognized person. So, President General, Attorney General of Nigeria invited us to a meeting about a month ago. So I sent the president of UPU Abuja to represent us, and they went for the meeting. So, and we copied the Delta State government, and I assured that they are sorry for that recognition, that he wrote to them, so they answered his letter. But however, the money, we should tell the state government to write to them that the money should be sent to the Delta State. So we'll go for actions, really. Not people make noise. Many make noise, boom, 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 boom. And as the kings advised me, before I get gay, I'm not in his level. So we cannot reduce ourselves to be arguing ourselves the newspapers. Yeah. So I don't bother about him. Yeah. I don't really answer him. We are for results. We're a result-oriented institution. And that's where we want to operate the way Mo operated. And that's where we're running the UPU. Target projects and not worry about somebody who is not known anywhere outside the pages of newspapers.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gabriel.
Yes, sir.
Let us take one more question from Samuel Ogaga.
Okay.
And Ejiro Neneji. And after that, no more questions, please.
Okay.
And please make it brief, 1 minute each.
Yes.
Yeah. This is Olorogu Samuel Ogaga from the president of UPUA Association of Middle Tennessee. I have a direct question to our President General. Olorogu Migo. I want to put it on two perspectives. In Yoruba America, we go home and try to improve lives of families back home and the Yoruba nation. What do talk on Yoruba child, man and woman, we go back home, we want to buy properties. Beginning with, say, buying a land.
The question on loot and reported appeal by ex-Governor Ibori. This is the letter from the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice on the 5th of July 2021. President General Messrs. Urobo Progress Union, 18 Okere Road, Warri. He said, I'm directed to acknowledge receipt of Messrs. Urobo Progress Union letter dated 18th May on the above subject. Consequent upon the procedures for recovery, I'm to invite Urobo Progress Union to the Asset Recovery and Management Unit under the Office of the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice for further briefing on the proposed recovery under reference. Accordingly, the company may wish to consider Friday, 5th August 2021 at 11 a.m. for the meeting. For further information, please contact ABC. I'm to convey the best wish of the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice. Head, Asset Recovery and Management Unit for Honorable Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice. Okay, I'm just reading that to tell you that we're taking action, and that was the reply that the Attorney General wrote on behalf of the President to us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Gabriel. Sorry, you can continue your question.
This
So sorry.
question from
Okay.
The man who was talking about Isoko Ogaga.
Yes, this is Honorable Samuel Ogaga.
Indeed.
I have two questions I want to ask. As an honorable son, including in America, some of us will want to do a lot of things back home. But I'll begin with the first one. Wokokigo Inoko. Then you go back home, you begin with say you want to buy a land in Roboland. Sometimes what that do talk, it becomes even more headache to start developing the land in your homeland. The same land you bought, the same community who sold you the land will sell that same property to 3 people. So some of us people here in America, they get caught up in all this drama. Is there anything as a leader that you have done to is so we don't discourage some of our brothers and sisters in America from doing something back home? Then the second question is this. As a businessman, I have businesses back home. I have businesses in Roboland. For those who don't have business back home, sometime in our own land, horrible, you go to a rural community to say you want to set up a business. They are even more hostile than the Hausa people in trying to allow you to settle down. My business back home employs between 40 to 50 people.
Well done.
So it means I've taught like people like us to be able to survive. For those who don't have the guts, if they put hard-earned money to go start up back home, I can name it from all our local governments. You want to set up a small business, the community sometimes is so hostile to you. They don't see the benefit you bring. They don't see the amount of people, the number of people you're going to employ in doing this. Is there something we can do as a community to address these issues back home in your way?
Thank you. I start from the bottom one. The businesses in Roboland is a major issue that UPU is thinking about and doing something about. Because what is happening, our youth take to rascality, crime, because there's nothing to do. They hang around politicians. When the political time is out, there's nothing for them to do. So the key issue, we are looking at the time of Mukromo. How was he able to run all these businesses? We are looking at Michael Hebrew, his fish businesses, his brewery. There was a time there were 2 breweries in Uroboland. There was a second one in Ugeli, Ulori breweries. It's all gone. So all these businesses that are dying, we are taking cognizance that how can we reactivate industrialization in Uroboland? So that's the issue you are talking about. And that's the issue we are discussing. And it's not too far away. We are talking about this microfinance for our women and for our youths to borrow money. I think when there are many places for people, they can borrow money, whether you're a plumber, you're an electrician, you have a place you can borrow some money, you will be happy to always come back to the Urobo land. So first, let me thank you for your employment of 40 to 50 people. That's a lot, because anybody that's employing 5 people, behind that one person, there are 10 other people that is feeding. So what are we saying? We would like to improve the industrialization of Urobo land. And we are looking in terms of even the oil business. I'm an ex-oil man, or I'm an oil man. So what can we do to own the oil companies that are around, micro oil companies? What can we do to own the type of things Hebrew was doing, fisheries? These are the things we are thinking about. What can the microfinance or a commercial bank do? So you and I are on the same thinking, that we are planning and working hard to encourage peace in Urobo land, to encourage our people, whether in Port Harcourt or in Abuja or in Lagos, to come home to set up industries. Now, land purchase, which is the main issue you raised, land purchase, it's a problem not peculiar to the Urobos, you know. It's a problem in Nigeria. And in those days, people living in America or living in Britain will send money home to their brothers to buy land for them. And the brother will be sending pictures to them that I'm buying land for you. When you come back, you say, where's my land? You say, which land? So that's a problem. That's a problem with most parts of Nigeria. But that shouldn't discourage you people. You just pray that you have a good relation, a good king that will not sell your land to another person. That is not something that the UPU per se, but the UPU is encouraging people to come home to look for land and to do business. And I thank you for effort that you are making to grow businesses in Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Moses Tiger. We only have room for one more question, and please make it very quick. And that space is going to go to Ejiro Ineneji. I'm sorry, Ejiro Ineneji. So please make it very brief so we can have some fun the rest of the evening.
Good evening to everybody here. Thanks for the opportunity for these questions. My President General, I really appreciate your style of leadership.
Thank you.
Effort to grow the economy of the Urobo land and bring the Urobo nation forward as a nation. When I heard you were the President General, I was not surprised. Thanks also for looking into security of the Urobo land. I heard you said there is a committee already or being set up regarding security. My question is— It has been set up. It has been set up. Okay, sir. So I was going to ask if there's any way people like me as a military personnel living abroad, or even the police officers here could be part of such committee. Then also the second one is with previous speakers or questions, I heard about the factions in the UPU. I was going to ask if there was any attempt to send delegates just for unity purpose to reach out to those factions to see how we as a nation can unite, because they say house divided against itself cannot stand. And we want the next generation, our generation, to be able to unite as Urobo. We speak with one voice, like every other nation in Nigeria does. Those are my questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Eleji. The last thing you said, UPU worldwide has no divisions with anybody. So you don't need to waste your money to come here and say you want to make peace, because there's no peace to be made, because there's no enmity. We are UPU worldwide. We go and see the president, we go and see the governor, we go and see the ministers. Like I just read the letter which the Attorney General wrote to us, right? So when people wake up, this is a democracy, write all sorts of things in the newspapers. It doesn't matter. If you see the man we're talking about, he only penetrates one paper, Vanguard. But there are over 20 newspapers in Nigeria. No other paper is taking his calls. So I don't think there is any quarrel. As I said, I don't have time for irrelevancies, and things without remedy should be without regard. So I am not going to waste my time to worry about somebody who is living in one village, who nobody's talking to in the whole Urhobo nation. And because they publish something in the papers, this is the period of modern communication, Facebook and the rest of it, then that becomes an issue. No. Now, the people, by the nature of what we are doing, which I said earlier, it is not possible for us to bring you professionals in America to come to be part of what we are doing here. We cannot bring the policeman from America to serve in it. It is not possible at this point in time. But of course, if we came to America and we call UPUA privately that can you go help? I think that is much more professional than saying ABC in America policeman is a member. No, it is more deliberative. If we came to America and sought your guidance where we can get that you I think that is much more fruitful.
Yes, sir, that was what I meant, sir. Sorry, yes.
Okay.
Advisory.
Yes, obviously, yes. That's why we have UPUA. That is our branch out there. There's no way we can be doing something in America and not get UPUA involved. In fact, we will consult UPUA. Now I should go to Boeing. You know, these are very delicate conversations, but I can go as far as what I've just said to you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
For if you have further questions, I see that on the chat line we have a suggestion by Olorogu Claudia Le Owumi saying that the UPUA should consider setting up a development think tank committee, and someone also is suggesting building a page somewhere where questions can be directed to. Who have questions and need answers to them, please make use of this. Make use of these facilities to ask your questions, and you will get answers to them in due course. Permit me to take this opportunity to recognize the presence here with us of our keynote speaker that will come up later, Dr. Charles Apoki, and also one of our former commissioners in Delta State, Commissioner Hope Egaga, who has set up a very, very vibrant page on Facebook called the Urhobo Renaissance Society. I want to welcome you on behalf of the UPUA, sir. Thank you for signing up with us. Let's at this time, in the mood of festivity, let us have the DJ give us some songs while we relax. And like I said earlier, if you have item 7, which we usually refer to food and drink, please avail yourself of the opportunity on behalf of us, all bills paid by you, of course. Thank you so much. You can feel free to enjoy your drinks, your food, and just relax to the brief musical interlude. Thank you so much, and please stay online. Oh, mini,
Urobo Meshivo, Urobo Meshivi. That's why I'm not ready me to call upon Nareo. Urobo Meshivi. That's why I will live by you. Urobo Meshivi. Urobo Meshivi. Me to call upon Nareo, me to call any mire. Urobo Meshivi. I want to get it, but I will be for that. Urobo Meshivi. You're meaning when I let you make what it make. You wrote the message. You might own me to call a partner. You wrote the message. And it all on me to call a partner. You wrote the message. You wrote the message. You got my you me mother of you wrote the message. I'm not in all this or that go moving. Europe Machine. Oh, glory be what you want. You want to know. Europe Machine. Look at women living on West Kaway. Europe Machine. Who may I be what you want? You want to know. Europe Machine. Who never want to know me? West Kaway. Europe Machine. Urobo mena over the family like a clock. Urobo Machine. Oh, Urobo mena ukoyo meje chawari apona. Urobo Machine. Maroga barumene yalebi yobapona. Urobo Machine. Ola pomeo abarum meje wara. Urobo Machine. Oyo bikowo. His Royal Highness. Urobo Machine. Oh, Mama, what is it on? You see your backbone. Europe Machine. Eyawo wori ogene mudi akayo. Europe Machine. Opolopo kuwe o eko ye karo wewe o. Europe Machine. Apamere yo eri apa lo jare o. Europe Machine. Olodile yori we ni ami wo wori pe polo. Europe Machine. Well le me o we tu kala banare. Europe Machine. Ayini atonyo mere lo pa yeruwo. Europe Machine. Apamere yo go tu kala banare. Europe Machine. Indareto wo yo mi wakari go paimo. Europe Machine. Wako jana na o wakaro nurugo. Europe Machine. Oyo mi kama o ba yiru wo ni wa. Europe Machine. Olo kuwo e ko ye karo wepe o. Europe Machine. Anybody know me to call a banana. Europe Machine. No, as we know, Europe Machine.
When I was a little boy,
okay.
When I was growing up,
thank you,
in my church, in my school.
Thank you, Mickey D. Thank you, Mickey D. We have one of our own, very own here with us, who has offered to give us a little bit of comedic entertainment. Please, ladies and gentlemen, Ate Abokomalae, known popularly as Daystar. Daystar, if you're online, please unmute yourself. We are here for you, just as you have come here for us. And may God richly bless you. Daystar, please, come on. Hello, Daystar.
Roboado. Ekpako ilorogo semigwa.
Just fire on. You may not hear their responses, but they can hear you very well.
Okay. UPUA, during the course of a financial presentation, the uncle during the presentation said, we have all paid our dues. Like, seriously? Una the child. For this side, what we did. If it reach time for financial dues, the result is not the funny. So as I hear that, my mind is telling me, say, bless I go relocate, come that side. I don't already get my visa. If you look at where you go see visa, I get access. So I don't know how I take go, but this with this visa,
credit
as
card,
opposed
you
to
photocopy there, so.
visa now visa. This one a bank give me though. Now I'm glad in the embassy they give now. I'm really happy for this opportunity. You people are doing very well. The top people in Africa in Roboland, it's a we can no longer comprehend it. The other day, one Urobo chief, high chief, I don't want to mention his name. Kidnappers were running after him. The guy was shouting, "They don't kidnap me before. They don't kidnap me before." Just to tell you how strong this is. So that they kidnap one person, kidnappers, so come they give receipt. So that when they kidnap before, they will feel that you go.
They try to stay in one spot where you get signal. You keep going in and out.
And that's the problem with Nigeria. That's the problem with Nigeria. If that's what I go add that one, how do we get stable internet in this country, specifically in Uroboland? Still on the insecurity. Now, Delta State to the see justice of peace and United Nations Peace Ambassador. Although Mario Horere, now I'm going to call the whole demo. So we need. We really need to hammer on these three boys. You might recall too, they went into the bush for initiation, full and health. So it's a very, very terrible thing. I'm enjoying this Zoom meeting. The problem is Zoom meeting. We know they know how to take get souvenir. So after this meeting, I don't know. How do I get my souvenir? Zoom.
Years of segregation sometimes depends on what your politics are. The one to watch them.
I think this is an incessant problem with the connection from our brother Davidson Umolo, alias Daystar. If you can hear us, we're going to come back to you in a short while.
Everything is so convenient, but we're not the face souvenir. Also, the one they look at dignity, responsible, respected men. If we share tall one, it's an issue and I just want to about the case matter. The matter of the case. In case
Now we're for 2 people around it, but that's the case to watch. We'll have a decision on that sometime 2021.
Well, that's so long for our brother Daystar. We're sorry we can't keep on going in and out, losing signals. While you fix that issue, let us move on to the next item of the agenda. At this point, I want to hand the microphone over to Mrs. Alfred. Mrs. Alfred, to do a roll call of member chapters that have presentations to make while we get entertained in our various homes. Thank you.
Yes, Robowado. I want to call on the first 4 chapters. We're going to hear from the chapter presidents. We have Atlanta, Georgia, Southern California, Northern California, and Florida.
Anya jewere wa anya pa wure wa. Anya jewere wa anya pa imalura boko viere mo. Anya jewere wa malura boko viere mo. Anya jewere wa malura boko viere mo. Anya pa jewere wa tume ye. Anya pa jewere wa nyebu. Iye, anya kwa jewore wa inyebu. iye. Urobo wado 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 mi yerian. Ọ̀nà kúnyere ronẹ̀. Ini ọ̀fọ̀ mẹ́gàgà ni. Emo robo. Riukokoru robo. Atlanta, Georgia ore. O mebe ọgbọkụnyere na o deme Esther Onori ayunwemio. O mebe yi presidenti rekidiana. Wado ekpakomi igwo otu emowe ni igwo ufomadi awokaba iko na-eji. He said, just a few words from UPUA Association of Georgia. We are glad to be participating in this occasion, this virtual convention. We thank God that we are all survivors. Yeah, we survived. 2019, COVID did not see our end. We saw the end of COVID. We thank God that we are all survivors. Why we survived? We were not just hiding. We were in lockdown, but we were not locked down. We were busy. UPUA Association of Georgia contributed a lot to our immediate community. We participated in a food bank drive by donating to American Food Bank. We also helped our people back home by donating to Dominion Orphanage in Nigeria. They reached out to us. They needed a borehole, which we did. We also did some good renovation work on our Robo House. We have Robo House. Yes, you heard me right. You are welcome to visit Robo House whenever you are in Georgia. Yes, so we did some renovation work there. And we also participated in a food drive and donation, raising some fund with the ANOG, the All Nigerian Organization of Georgia body. And we have been keeping fit. We helped our members, and I'm so proud of my members because they did so well, donating. May their purse never be empty because it is more blessed to give than to receive. Shout out to UAG, UPUA Association of Georgia. Yay! UAG.
Robowado. My name is Alfred Ederai. I am the current president of UPU Southern California. I want to use this opportunity to thank every member of the UPUA executive and the BOT chairman. Also, I want to use this opportunity to thank my Southern California members who have been wonderful during this pandemic period. The UPU Southern California during this period was able to put hands together, raise some money. We came up to about 5,000, which we also send and distribute to our members that are in dear need back home. Not physical money, but we did it in the form of food items. We were able, with that fund, we were able to reach out to about 8 orphanage homes in the local government of Urobo Nation. We were able to visit Efun, Udu, Ororokbe, Eku, Ugeli, Akwa. We were able to visit these areas, and our distribution went to particularly those in need, the orphanage homes. We also spread our gift to some of the first respondents. We visited the Ororokbe General Hospital where we present those items, food items, to the nurses. We also did that to the General Hospital in Abraka. During this pandemic, however, we also lost one of our prominent elder and a member. in the person of late Isaac Erikefe Uviase. My fellow Urobos, I want us to thank my branch, which is UPU Southern California, for the hard work they've been doing. Either you call them at any time, they always respond. We pray that God will continue to guide us all, protect us, as we are going through this election for UPU presidential position. We pray that peace will reign and happiness will come out of it. Miyenio, Urobo Wado, Urobo Ovovo. Thank you and God bless.
Urobowado, this is your girl, Dr. Noja Wadiale, the president of UPU Northern California. I say hi on behalf of everybody, and I say Migwa to my Ekbako and my Ini and Esera and AJ. I say Migwa. Once again, I say congratulations to the president and the BOTs for all that you are doing and for the convention of 2021. Now, for my chapter, 2020 was interesting and good because irrespective of the pandemic, we were able to donate to the food bank, and also every December we give gifts, a gift that counts. We call it a gift that counts. We donate to the Children's Hospital, different Children's Hospital. So for 2020, we partnered with St. Jude's Hospital. 2020 was interesting because they were really in their need, so it was a good thing. When we contacted them, they were very, very grateful that we did that. So we donated to St. Jude's Hospital for our Christmas, as a Christmas gift for them. Every Christmas, we give a gift that counts to any children's hospital organization. Now, for Nigeria, we currently have adopted the Sapele General Hospital maternity ward. We are renovating and also replacing all the beds in that ward. All the beds, the children's bed and the parents' bed, we're replacing them. We're changing all the cupboards, even the side tables. We're changing everything in that ward. The project is ongoing right now as I speak. The official launch is going to be either end of August or early September. We will do the official launch of that project. Now, also, we're doing this year, because we did not give scholarship last year and the year prior, we're going to be giving about 10 scholarships to students in the Delta State University. We do that every year. We give scholarship to Urobo students. So this year, we're going to do the same thing again. In 2021, we're giving 10 scholarships to our children back home. And also, our kids here, they have taken, they're doing great, and in everywhere we have students graduate from Stanford, from law schools, a lot of that, a lot of good news from our chapter, and which is very, very great. Once again, I say thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak about my chapter. I want to say again, congratulations to UPU America for what you are doing back home and all over the place. We want to say congratulations for the convention. I hope to see you on the convention, at the convention. God bless you richly. I say thank you, and I say I love you guys. Bye.
We love you, Mama. We love you.
Urobowado, Mieliam. My name is Gabriel Uruemu Odikpa. I am the president of UPU Central Florida. I'm from Arawania in Ughelli South local government area of Delta State, one of the most beautiful islands in Nigeria, potentials yet untapped. My king is His Royal Majesty Solomon Okukere III of Arawania Kingdom. And I am here to speak about the developments we've had in Central Florida over the past 1 year or so. In Central Florida, we enjoy peace. There is love and unity among Urhobo people. And I want to thank the general membership and members of my executive of UPU Central Florida. And I also want to thank Dr. Jamero, all the members of BOT who have worked tirelessly and were very fair in their decision-making to ensure proper leadership and the peace that we enjoy today in Central Florida. I have also reached out to the former president of our chapter and reconciled with him, and we welcome anybody with open arms, because UPU is for everybody, for every Urhobo child. So we are ready to welcome anybody with open arms. In Central Florida, we are moving forward. We have new uniform. We have the youth section that are, doing very well. And we also reached out to even people at home. Like in my kingdom, we have the youth who are very active in maintaining peace in the kingdom under the leadership of our Royal Majesty, King Solomon Okukere. And I, the president, have had conversations and even made personal donation to them. And these are the initiatives that we're going to build on in years to come. In Central Florida, we are grounded. Edward Urhobo, being our brother's keeper, is our #1 goal. We want peace in Urhobo land. That's the only way we can make it. I want to thank everybody for everything that you're doing and all that you continue to do. Thank you so much. Urhobo wado, Urhobo wado, Urhobo wado, mienion.
Thank you to those 4 chapters. At this time, we will have the DJ give us a brief music while we prepare for the keynote speaker. The keynote speaker will be coming on shortly, so please stand by while we enjoy music from Mickey D. Thank you.
Worry, UPU, all the women, I want to run a television. Urhobo women is a challenge.
Dr. Joe, of UPU, General, that's chief, Afrique Today. Also say 20,000. Oh, you're going to be 20,000. Where could we keep Afrique Today? Oh, you are going to
Make I take the picture for you. Make I take a look at the picture for you.
Awesome. Thank you. I see our ladies digging it. They are really digging it. That is what this is all about. Now, let me at this point remind us that, you know, the UPU or from the UPUA hasn't been just a free organization. We need money to do a lot of the projects that we have been talking about. So at this time, I want to call on individuals and chapters to dip their hands in your pocket, just like the music just told us now. Put your hands in your pocket. We have a Zelle account as your heart leads you. Nothing is too small. Every donation will be highly appreciated at this point in time. And we want to also consider the fact that if we were to have a face-to-face convention, each family or individual family will be spending over $1,000 to buy their tickets, pay for their hotel accommodation, feed, and all that necessary razzmatazz. But you're not having to do that now. We know that we also have people from home in Nigeria. We would appreciate if you will indicate using the chat line, the chat box, to tell us how much you want to support the UPUA with, so that we can do more for the home front. We can do more for our people back at home. So the chat line is open. It has always been open. We want to thank you for being here today. You can see on the screen the Zelle number for those of us who are living in the United States and Canada. You can send in your donations using Zelle or Cash App. I really don't know if Cash App operates in Nigeria, but if it does, then it's even better. Here it is on the screen. You can write the number down. Even if it's 20,000 Naira, we will appreciate it. If it is $20,000, we will appreciate it too. Just like I said earlier on, we had our financial report. We are in the hundreds of thousands. There's nothing wrong if we go into the millions range. So let us do it. More music, please, more music, while we consider what our donations are going to be.
Hey, Francis, hey, Chief Doctor Atabeja, a publica, where could you get? Other Chief Greater Boru, you can wait to vote to wet. Oh, yes, now, Sama, you can take it.
Donations. At this point, I think we should start calling on chapters one by one and let their chapter president tell us what their donation is going to be. I want to start the ball rolling by calling on UPUA Association of Georgia, Atlanta, represented here by Mrs. Honori. It is time to tell us what support Georgia can be of on an occasion like this financially to the UPU America.
Are you being fair? Why you call Georgia first?
Because you start with A, Atlanta. I'm sorry.
Anyway, we're very happy to support UPUA with a sum of $200.
That is awesome. That is awesome. That's the good way to start. We keep the ball rolling, and we hope to keep going higher and higher.
Yeah.
If you are here and you want to make a personal donation, please feel free to do so. We want to call on the next chapter on the list right here, UPUA Association of Arizona, represented by the BOT chair, Dr. Emmanuel Ojameruaye. Donations, please. Dr. Emmanuel Ojameruaye.
Okay, yeah. Yourself,
sir.
All right. So on behalf of UPUA Association, although I've not taken their permission yet because this decision was made yesterday, but since I've not done that, making a modest donation on their behalf of $200.
Oh, beautiful.
And on top of that, I'm announcing my contribution of 1 million naira to 1 million naira to Okugbe Microfinance. I've got the link. I'll deposit the 1 million tomorrow into Okugbe Microfinance.
That's funny. You too funny too.
Are you making that investment on behalf of UPUA or
no? On my personal. That's my personal donation.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ate Aboke. Let's give him a big round of applause. Over to you, Olorogo Okitipi.
Thank you so much, my brother. And the next on our list will be UPUA Progress Union, Northern Cali. And the president is here, Dr. Mrs. Noja Uwadiale. What do you have for us?
Urobowado.
Hey.
So my chapter is donating $250.
Wonderful.
My family is donating $1,000. And a member of my chapter just sent me a text. They are giving $500. The Ogogole family, Tony Ogogole and Cora Ogogole are giving $500 also from my chapter. Thank you.
That is what I'm talking about. $200 please don't get me wrong. That is a whole lot of money, but let us step up this game. We can do better. Come on now. At this point, I want to call on the president of the UPUA Progress Union of Southern California in the person of Mr. Alfred Deraine. Mr. Alfred, please.
Uroboado. If you can hear me, can you guys hear me?
Yes, everybody can hear
Yes,
you.
we can hear you.
Oh, you guys are wait. You guys just want to answer for the
Hello.
money, eh? You don't want to answer me, eh?
Not really.
Like the BOT chairman just said, we were not been able to make this suggestion to our members. If not, we will get more money on this. So with this new system we're adopting, everybody just relaxing. So on behalf of UPU Southern California, we will be donating $250. And I can assure you that the donation does not stop here. We'll go back to the meeting. I'm very, very sure we'll have more money to go with the $250 I just said. Thank you.
Roboado, can you hear me?
We can hear you clearly.
Okay, I want to support my president. My name is Mike Egrebelo, Engineer Mike Egrebelo, aka DJ Mickey B. I'm supporting my association with $200.
Like I told you, we're gonna get more money. I trust my members; they will follow suit. And if they are listening here, you can jump in. There are Toyota here. Fanti, are you there? You want to donate? You can donate. Okay, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, President Alfred Ederine. You are a wonderful man. And I know you can do better once you get back to your chapter. Please let it keep coming. The next chapter on our agenda is going to be UPU Chicagoland. Dr. Efe Akpoigbe.
Before Dr. Efe Akpoigbe come, I'm just going to support my chapter with $100. This is Fanti Rebele.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Now, while we wait for Dr. Efe Akpoigbe of UPU Chicagoland, we'll move on to UPU Calgary, Canada, represented here by Mr. Sylvester Oyibocha. Mr. Oyibocha, please. Mr. Oyibocha. Oh, if he's not there right now, let us move on to UPU, DC, Maryland, and Virginia, represented by Mr. Christopher Oruese Ejanake. Mr. Ejanake, please. Donations. Yes, sir.
Yeah. UPU DMV will be donating the sum of $200 to the UPA convention. Akobiru.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ejanake. We're moving on, and the next chapter we have here is Urobo Progress Union, Delaware Valley, Mrs. Elizabeth Oyibo Jamaho, President. Mrs. Jamaho, what do you have for us?
No, maybe that's just that's what we on behalf. We don't have money, but this will.
UPU Delaware Valley, Mrs. Elizabeth Jamal.
Okay, we're gonna have to move on. While we wait for Mrs. Jamaho.
Yes, we have.
Is Mrs. Jamaho on? Is Mrs. Jamaho on?
Can you come now and wait a little bit, just like 30 minutes?
Mr. DJ, can we have some music while we wait? what our donations going to be when we get back. And also bear in mind that we also have the keynote speaker who will be coming up shortly after to address the pressing issues of today in our Robo land, insecurity, the way forward. Also, at this point, let me call on New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, represented here by Mrs. Agatha Osage Irese. Mrs. Osage Irese.
Mr. Gboroga, your audio is very...
I don't know why.
Can someone mute their phone, please?
If you are not speaking, can you please mute your phones, please?
Robado.
Hey.
UPUA Wado. On behalf of the UPU Association of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, we're making a donation of $150 to the convention, and I'm making a personal donation of $200.
Obiro, over to you, Olorogo Okitiku.
The next chapter is going to be Urobo Progress Union, Minnesota. And the president is Mr. Sylvester Egenure. While we're waiting for the chapter to make their official donation, I, as a member of the chapter, I am making a personal donation on behalf of myself, my family, with a token. It's a token of $200.
Ate aboke Olorogo Okitiku Otemu Norwemu. Yes, we're moving on. I want to call on the UPA Urobo Progress Association of Houston, Texas, represented here by Mr. Eric Eriga.
Yes, thank you very much. UPA Houston, we do $400.
Okay.
And Mr. and Mr. Eriga, we support UPU with $100. I have a lot of members here. I don't know, you just give us some few time. I'm sure many of them will announce their donation. UPU, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you. We move on to the UPU Central Florida.
While we are still on UPA Houston.
UPA, yes.
UPA Houston, please. Chief and Chief Mrs. Rubetere. Would like to donate $200. Houston.
Ate Abokaye. Thank you, Chief and Chief Mrs. Lawrence Rubetere.
UPA, give us time. You just UPA, come out, please.
Yes.
Thank you. As we progress,
okay, excuse me. Still on UPA. Okay. On behalf of myself, Silas Okiti, and Mrs. Tega Okiti, we want to support our president. We don't want to go above him, so we mash it up with another $100.
Thank you. Thank you.
On behalf of UPA Houston, just like Mr. Silas Okiti said, we don't want to go above our president, Mr. Eris Eriga. Rita Kosheri, on behalf of our family, is donating $100.
Okay, now you have permission to go above the president. You have the permission, please.
Okay, now those when they come for back.
Good job.
Good job. While we're expecting more calls from UPA Houston, I'll quickly add here that we're still expecting a call from Urobo Association in Chicagoland and UPU Delaware Valley. If Mrs. Elizabeth Jamao is around, we've called on you earlier, so we'll appreciate it if you could announce your donation. The same thing goes to Dr. Efia Koige. If you are here, please announce your donation. And we're going to move to the next chapter, which is WADO Progressive Union of Great Kansas City.
UPA Houston.
UPA Houston is still coming in.
Okay, yes. On behalf of myself, Chief, and Chief Mrs. Mukoro, would like to donate $500.
Wonderful. Thank you.
President has permitted us to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Mukoro.
Thank you. Now is the turn of WADO Progress Union of Great Kansas City. Mr. Kenny Ogba Ogaga, it's your turn.
Yes, ma'am.
WADO Kansas City.
Okay, while we're waiting for Mr. Ogaga and
UPU Delaware Valley is going to pledge $500.
Wonderful. Can you announce your name, please? We need to know
my
your
name is Faith Oganere Maduk. I'm the secretary for UPU Delaware Valley, and our president is pledging on behalf of UPU Delaware Valley $500.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I know you guys will not let us down.
And also, I'm pledging on behalf of my family. We are pledging $500 to also support that.
Thank you.
Okay. While we wait for Mr. Kenny Ogaga from WADO Progressive Union of Great Kansas City and their members, I want to call on Mr. Thomas Odikpa, President UPU Central Florida.
Urobuado.
Yes.
Urobuado.
Hey.
Yeah, this is Thomas Odikpa. I'm the president of Central Florida. We are donating $200.
Thank you so much.
And in addition to that, my wife and I, we supported it with $100.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yes, we're moving on. And the next chapter on our list, this is the information. We're going electronic this year. We're doing everything virtually. No paper check, no paper trail. Send Zelle, send Cash App. You can sit in the comfort of your living room and wire the money. Thank you, guys. We're moving on. The next chapter.
I just saw your donation, Silas Okiti. I just saw your donation into the account. Thank you very much.
Good. Yeah, this is the information. Take a photo of it, a snapshot, and keep it. We need you guys to use it to make these payments. We need money. We need money to carry out on a lot of projects. We're moving on. The next chapter, like I said earlier, is UPU Las Vegas. Dr. Friday Oganero Irorobeje, if you are here, please, it's your turn to announce your donation.
This is Dr. Irorobeje of Las Vegas. Unfortunately, we were unable to have a meeting to decide the amount we're going to be donating. So I'm going to be on the conservative side on this donation. So with that being said, I will be on behalf of my shop, $800. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't quite hear him. How much was the donation? Las Vegas?
$300.
$300. Thank you very much.
This point I want to call on the president of UPUA Association, Boston, Massachusetts, in the person of Mr. Gordon Sekedo.
Robado, on behalf of UPUA Boston, we are hereby donating $200 for the chapter. And I know many of my chapter members who want to make some contributions. So you can give us 1 or 2 minutes while they call in. Thank you.
Robert Wado. This is Chief Claudia Wumi from the Boston chapter. I want to match my chapter's donation with a donation of $200.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to say that I'm going to put in $100 for my children and $100 for my grandchildren to this organization. So I'm going to do it right now. Let me know if I've done it well.
We will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome, my president.
Yeah, we're moving on, and before we move on to the next chapter, just a quick recap. We're still waiting on a call from UPU Chicagoland. That's Dr. Efe Akpoigbe. And UPU Minnesota, that's Mr. Sylvester Egenre. UPU Wado, Kansas City, Prophet Kenny Ogaga to make their donations. And we're going to move to the next chapter on our list.
Can you confirm JOSAC Services LLC?
Yes, JOSAC Services LLC, JOSAC Services just received $500.
That's Chief and Chief Mrs. John Mukoro.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Good. Good.
At this point, I want to call on the president of the Ohio chapter, Mr. Fred Okotie, and his members for their donations. Please, Mr. Fred Okotie.
Sir Borege, I'm driving. I will call back in a few minutes. I'll send you a message.
Okay, understood. Let us move on to Middle Tennessee, represented here by Olorogun Sam Ogaga. Middle Tennessee, please. Olorogun Sam Ogaga.
Rubuado.
Yeah.
Rubuado.
Yeah.
The Middle Tennessee chapter donating $200 to UPO. And my members, some of them are logging, and if they have a few minutes to make their contribution. On behalf of Olorogun Sam Ogaga and Mrs. Ejiro Sam Ogaga, we are donating $550 to UPUA America.
Matiabo. Onganigo ate abokayo. Onotaigo atana. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Olorogun Sam Ogaga of Middle Tennessee. We're moving on to.
Excuse me. Excuse me. This is Chief Awumi. Did you get my donation? I just put it in.
Yeah, when it
just give me a minute. I haven't received it yet. Just give me a minute. I just received from Chief Erube Tere $200. Chief Mrs. Erube Tere, thank you very much.
When it hits the account, the treasurer will announce it. For those who are sending it right away, do not fret. You will be heard once your donation hits the account and the treasurer receives the alert.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. On that note, I move on to DC, Maryland, and Virginia chapters, represented by Christopher Oruese Ejenake. Mr. Ejenake, please, if you are here.
Oh, we already called that. He already did.
Oh, you already did?
Yes.
Okay, we go on to Robo Congress, Connecticut, represented by Chief Clement Ojere.
Rita, Anigoro, Rita I just received $100. Akposheri, Rita.
Rita Akposheri.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
For those of us, we're going to take a break, and then we invite the keynote speaker, and then we will come back for more and more of these donations. Now, while we're at this break, please, we encourage you to roll it over in your minds what your contribution is going to be towards moving UPUA forward financially and to the next level. And like we said, millions, 6 figures is what we're looking at going forward. Thank you for all those who have donated and those who are yet to donate. We are waiting to hear from you, and may you be richly blessed. A little bit of music, and I give the
DJ
floor to
Mickey D. DJ Mickey D, our engineer.
And after that,
our engineer,
Okaru-Bisant Okitikpe, will take it from there.
Just received $200 from our engineer, Adrian Bello. Thank you very much.
That's good.
Madam Treasurer, while the music is going on, just compile the list of the new receipts that you are getting. By the next break, you make the announcements.
General David Ejo, ọ̀sẹ̀ náwó tí ó máa nẹ̀ ẹ́ o. Ẹgbẹ́ oníṣí, ọ̀nà owó tí ó máa nẹ̀ ẹ́ o. Òjòsó máa ń rojú káwọn máa nẹ̀ ẹ́ o. Ṣé David Ejo ẹgbẹ́ bí ó ọjọ́ máa nẹ̀ ẹ́ o. Òjòsó máa ń rojú káwọn máa nẹ̀ ẹ́ o. Odógún Peter Ọmọjá, àrùn ẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ni. Ẹgbẹ́ owó tí ó máa nẹ̀ ẹ́ ọ̀sẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Òjòsó máa ń rojú káwọn máa nẹ̀ ẹ́ o. Oh, Agbaru, 10,000. Hey, ọ̀nà bẹ́ẹ̀, síbi ètò Agbaru, 10,000. Ọyọ wo rò pàwé kúyè kékeré yìí. Origo, when nobody go there. Origo, nobody go there. Origo, Uropo wali apo. Origo, nobody go there. Origo, Adigo digo bwe. Origo, Adigo digo bwe. Origo, asa alese wudo. Origo, eye bi emu yo. Origo, tasi na bwe. Origo, Origo, nobody go there. International designer. Origo, Origo. Origo, just love it. Origo, just love it. Origo, everything you want. Origo, put your love it. Origo, Origo, yeah. Origo, better opule. Origo, Adigo digo be. Origo, nobody go there. 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 Origo. Origo, nobody go with that. Origo, nobody go with that. Origo, Origo, hey, she is the blue. Origo, no, Origo, I'm the president general. Origo, of UPU. Origo, Kowete over. Origo, Kowete over. Origo, Siale Semuno. Origo, Origo, nobody go with that. Origo, nobody go with that. Origo, Origo, Origo. Origo, 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 she put down Kosha, Origo, she put down Kosha, Origo, you make a way, Origo, every you Origo, every you come back, Origo, every you Origo, Uroboso Yakobo, Origo, every you Origo, you make you Origo, you make you Origo, 23. Origo, 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 Aporigo, Origo, 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 Chief Johnson, I know that it also great on Badagry.
Hello. Hello.
This is a Mwesiri once again. Thank you, Mr. DJ. Still, while we're on the donations, I wish to let us know that we're going to come back to the individual chapter members, because I am made to understand that there are some members that are tagging behind their presidents and they have yet to speak and make their own donations. So not to worry, there's still time on the clock. We're going to come around again and we're going to give you space to make your donations. At this moment, I want to hand the floor over to Olorogo Kitikwi to introduce the keynote speaker so that we can push this program forward. Olorogo Ochuko Kitikwi, please.
Defato essay.
Well, I'm sorry.
No, I have it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Alfred. Mrs. Elsie Alfred, please.
Roboado. I want to introduce our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is Dr. Charles Apoki. Dr. Charles Apoki is a 1984 graduate of the prestigious College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, Nigeria, and a master's degree holder in public administration. He's an ordained clergyman, an international conference speaker in several denominations. He's a resource person to different companies and other organizations. He runs a radio broadcast on Quest FM Radio Ughelli with a potential listening audience of 11 million people. He has traveled to several nations in Africa and Europe in the course of his ministerial duties. He organizes World and Wisdom Conference, a capacity building conference that attracts several pastors, church leaders, and business personnel from different denominations. He's also the proprietor of Petra Christian Academy, a nursery, primary, and secondary school in Ughelli, Delta State, Nigeria. He is happily married to his childhood friend, Mrs. Felicia Apoki, and they have 4 children. He's an author of several books that can be purchased from Amazon and an experienced marriage counselor. Dr. Apoki is paternally from Otokutu Ugiemi and Orakpo, and maternally from Efroto and Owo in Ughelli South local government area, Delta State, Nigeria. We welcome Dr. Charles Apoki, who will be speaking to us today on the topic, Peace in Urobo Land, a Way forward. Join me to welcome Dr. Charles Apoki, even as he talks to us about the way forward in maintaining peace in our country. Thank you.
No, it's live. Dr. Charles Apoki. Okoro Yunimo, maybe school, Ugili, maybe Agua, I have a big farm. Make a Joyibo, for Kim Mamani, Radio America, Girefa, Ringo Ibo, Nurobo. I'm Dr. Charles Apoki. It's a privilege to speak to you. I'm reaching you from Ugili in Delta State. I'm so privileged to be your keynote speaker in this, your convention, comprising of South America, the United States of America, and Canada, and maybe those in peripheral islands around America. I'm supposed to speak on the subject matter titled Security in Urhobo Land, the way forward. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for considering me worthy to speak to you. As I said earlier on, I consider it a special privilege because I'm addressing some of the most brilliant human beings on earth. Because research has shown that the average Nigerian family in the United States has more graduates per family than any other nationality, including Native Americans in the United States. I also know that some of you attended some of the best schools in Nigeria before going to the United States to reside or to study. I schooled with a lot of people who might be listening to me now, either at Government College Ugili, the Federal Government College Warri, or the University of Ibadan, and the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. So it's a rare privilege. The Urhobo nation has produced great intellectuals, and we are a very intelligent race. And as you all know, Warri, not the carry last. So it's a rare privilege to speak to people who are supposed to know more than I do. But sometimes, no matter how good your wife is as a cook, you sometimes take her to McDonald's or to wherever to eat outside. So I'm just like a delicacy to spice this great convention. Now, I would like to define some words, some key words before we go further in this lecture, because it's only what is defined that can be refined. What is security? Security is a state of freedom from danger. Therefore, when an environment has a high possibility or propensity or tendency to endangering an individual or a property, it is said to be insecure. It's a little bit different from safety. Security is external. It's what is done externally, either by agencies of government or by the community, or what you do. But safety is a sense that you have, a feeling, an emotional state of being safe. Now, security, like as I said, is an attempt by external forces. Let me just give a little perception. because I believe that we Africans were schooled enough to redefine issues that we learned from our colonial masters or those who educated us. They were not more educated than the levels we are now when they wrote their dictionaries and whatever theories that we occupied by the United States in Cuba. It's a very secure place. The American government has put in place measures of security. But an Arab prisoner inside Guantanamo Bay does not feel safe if he is constantly undergoing waterboarding. Waterboarding, as you know, is a technique by American investigators to simulate a situation where somebody is drowning. So there is a little distinction between safety and security. I feel very safe in Nigeria despite the insecurity. I feel unsafe anytime I step outside the shores of this country, particularly when I go to a predominantly white environment where I know that there is racism. It's just like as a young black man in America who feel unsafe in a predominantly racist white environment. So we must have these keywords, safety and security. Why am I distinguishing this? Let this lecture not scare some of you who are listening to me now from coming back to invest in Nigeria or to reside in Nigeria. I've been living here since I was born. I've not been to the United States. I've not gone to the UK, even though I've traveled to other places like Australia and different other nations. I've been to Romania, where my son graduated from as a medical doctor. I feel very safe in Nigeria, but there is insecurity. So, one of the things we want to also define safety as, security is a sense of freedom from fear and anxiety. And this is most important. And I will center my discussion around this anxiety and fear. Freedom from anxiety and fear, according to the Merriam-Webster Dictionary.com. Fear or anxiety are the major precipitating factors for insecurity and violence, in Uroboland especially. I was once introduced to an Indian in Springs in South Africa, where I was the guest speaker. And immediately I was introduced as Dr. a clergyman that is going to be speaking in our church on Sunday. The lousy Indian and feed said, Nigerians, criminals. And I said, Mr. Man, I want to retract that statement. I fought for your independence. I demonstrated for your independence. South Africans schooled with me at the Federal Government College, Warri, particularly Louis Umbuisa, that carried Hector Peterson, the young man that was shot during the Soweto riot, and was in the front of Ebony magazine in 1977 or 76. He schooled with us. We gave him scholarship, and we fought for the independence of South Africa from apartheid. And I told him that criminality is intelligence looking for an avenue for manifestation in the midst of oppression and deprivation. That's why there is insecurity in Nigeria. We are very brilliant people. Recently, Howard University graduated medical doctors. 46 of them, Nigerians, won prizes. My children have schooled outside Nigeria, school in Europe, excelled. My son is a surgeon in Germany, and he's excelling. And so, we have intelligence. We have a spirit that is not suppressible. But you see, in the midst of oppression and deprivation, there is this desire to manifest what is in us. That's why there is this insecurity. One of the things that the states, the federal government, the states, the local governments, and our communities need to address is this anxiety, this fear, and this hopelessness. There is so much hopelessness in Nigeria, so much fear and lack of a perception of a future. A lot of you listening to me outside Nigeria, you are not too happy living outside your domain. If you have 1/3 of what you have as security measures, as hope in America, if you have 1/3 of that in Nigeria, you will not want to live in the United States or live outside your domain. I know how hard you work for your money. I know how difficult it is to make money outside Nigeria. I know how frugal you are in managing your resources. But there is hope that when you work, you will be paid. There is hope that when you are sick, you will get good medical treatment. There is hope that when you dial 911, within a few minutes, the police van will be at your doorstep. There is hope that when your child goes to school, your child will at least have a job. There is hope that your 401k will be paid when it is due. That hope is not in Nigeria. That hope is what is absent in the mind of the pensioner. That hope is what is absent in the mind of a young boy who is going to university. I had that hope when we were told that we were the future of this country. I had that hope when I could school with the children of the elite, even though I was from the slums of Okere. I schooled with the children of the rich. I sat with the son of the secretary to the federal government, Agodo, on the same seat at Government College Ugeli. I sat with the children of Rewane at FGC Warri. I sat with the children of Ogobine, Jaja Machuku, one-time minister for education. Today, it's like one of the songs, reggae songs. Is there any hope for them? Is there any hope for us? The poor man's child, as I see it, is living because he must. What are the chances of his making it to the top? Somewhere in the song, it says, little children in the streets, they ought to be in school. That is the hopelessness that is in present-day Nigeria, where people have become desperate. The criminality, the violence in Nigeria centers around lack of hope, fear, and anxiety of the future. And it creates desperation. Nigeria is like, as I will let you know later, it's like a man rearing catfish in a fish tank. Even if it's an eating pond and comes to throw feeds. But when the feeds, you see them scrambling. Some crazy rich men from the Anambra State and in the East recently were throwing money in swimming pool and girls were diving the money. And some of them were playing with our currency as if they were playing football because he went to bury his mother. The young boy looking at such stupid display of wealth, conspicuous consumption, would want to imitate them. And that's why there is the violence, that's why there is the criminality, that's why there is the kidnapping. I will come to that later on. Now, a child in Nigeria, because of social injustice, cannot go to the same school with the child of the elite. And so the resultant effect is that there is anger, built up anger. And unlike my time, when I was told I was going to be a global citizen, and till today, that hope of being a global citizen has prevented me from being like a typical Nigerian, because I have hope. There is an incident that happened at Government College Ughelli during our 50th anniversary, I suspect. Our 50th anniversary, somebody came with a helicopter. But before then, when David Ejo, Major General David Ejo of blessed memory, was military administrator of the Midwest region, he came for our annual reunion in January at Government College Ughelli. He came with a siren. And a young man saw him and said, one day I will come to Government College Ughelli with a siren. And because he knew the pathway that David Ejo followed by joining the army, and we had a cadet unit at Government College Ughelli, he joined the Navy. And by joining the Navy, he rose to a very high height, became Chief of Naval Staff, I suspect, and became a member of the Armed Forces Ruling Council. When we were doing our 50th anniversary, that man, that boy who joined the Navy because he saw a model in David Ejo, came with a helicopter. And before he landed, because he was a member of the Armed Forces Ruling Council, all the military administrators around the South-South region were coming in with sirens. Not only one siren, Ejo came with one siren, but Admiral Pobeni came with several sirens and came with a helicopter. This is what is absent in Africa. This is what is absent in Rogoland. Hope. Hope that one day I can become who I am supposed to become. I can dare to dream of a great future and achieve it. But when this future is distant, when this future looks bleak, when this future looks impossible to achieve, the cheapest alternative, which is criminality, which is violence, is what the poor man's son gets into, the poor man's daughter gets into. So, there's no hope. There's no hope. That's why a lot of us are experiencing what we are experiencing. Shehu Kuti, Fela Anikulapo Kuti's son, once said that Nigeria is an open concentration camp. So that's why people don't emigrate from Nigeria, they escape from Nigeria. That's why you see them escape through the desert. That's why you see a young boy want to enter the compartment where the tires of the airplane goes into, because he's hoping to fly to London. You don't escape from your country, you emigrate from your country. That's why when a Nigerian gets a visa to go to the UK or the United States, it does Thanksgiving. No other nationality does that. It is because Nigeria is like a concentration camp, and people are looking for avenues to escape. Let me quickly give you a broad genesis of the violence and the insecurity in Nigeria. I will start with the Dutch disease effect. The Dutch disease shell comes from Holland. When oil was discovered in Holland in the North Atlantic, we are in the South or Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Shell came to Nigeria, but oil was discovered in Dutchland, in Holland, and people negated every other form of economic activity and concentrated on cheap money from oil. And because of that, the society degenerated, agriculture degenerated, everybody drifted towards the oil money. And everywhere where there is cheap money from a mineral resource or an activity, there is the tendency for insecurity to be preponderant. That's why you see in Afghanistan, the Russians went into Afghanistan, I think in 1980, I can't remember, and they later withdrew. The Americans went in, they are withdrawing under President Biden, Joe Biden. Why Afghanistan? Afghanistan has a very rugged terrain, but opium poppy, from which heroin is gotten, grows very well there. So the opium trade attracts infiltrators and violence into Afghanistan. Same thing with Colombia because of the coca plant and cocaine. And then some of the most precious minerals in the world are in Afghanistan. And so it is the presence of this cheap money and mineral resource and opium poppy, a plant that produces heroin. That's why there is violence and there is conflict in Afghanistan. The same thing with the Congo. You know, Nigerians were sent to the Congo when Patrick Lumumba was killed subsequently, and there was Leopold, one Belgian evil ruler that was amputating the hands of Africans if they did not excavate enough materials for them. Cobalt, which is an important component of the handset that you are listening through to me now, is found in Congo. The resultant effect is that there is violence to control that mineral resource. If you go to Sierra Leone, I've been to Sierra Leone, I've done missionary work there, Sierra Leone and Liberia. It was gold, diamond, and timber that are the resources that people wanted to harness. You go to Niger and Chad, the violence there is because of uranium, which is very essential for nuclear armament, also very essential for nuclear energy. So anywhere there is a resource that brings cheap money, it attracts violence. If the state actors are not firm enough, in Zamfara state where there's a lot of kidnapping and violence now, it is because of gold, illicit gold mining there. That Ugeli, wow, one of us in the United States, they're listening to me, most probably Dr. Ovio Owanogo, said that the budget, the whole money, this debt, they call it dirty oil money, is not up to the budget of New York State. And I subsequently went to check, and it is true. Urobo land has a lot of oil wells and gas reserves and flow stations. And because it is centrally located in Delta State, it also leads to other areas that have oil, like Isoko, Kwale, the Jos-speaking areas, and the Shekiri-speaking area. The state actors, multinationals, scramble for this dirty oil money. So the result is that this scramble for this money and the ostentatious display of those who have access to this money, either in the form of contractors, in the form of community leaders, in the form of youth leaders. Before now, there was just the exploitation of these resources and gross negligence and deprivation of the environment and the citizenry. Remember the Ogoni crisis and the challenges and the insecurity in Ogoni land. That's the same thing that is playing out in Urobo land, where the youths and the natives have become aware of the deteriorating situation in their environment, the lack of employment. Instead of building houses in the localities, they bring houseboats and bring temporary structures. So it is this scramble for the wealth that is in the land that is part of the insecurity. Somebody like me, I deliberately have not been in politics. I deliberately have not done contracts. I deliberately have stayed away from oil money and generated wealth from other sources of income, even though I no longer practice medicine. I stopped practicing medicine at the age of 40. If you now add the hypomaniacal attitude and conspicuous consumption of the pseudo-rich in Uroboland, a wrong model is created. I know some of you will be wondering why I didn't put a wig on, put coral beads. I'm an Urobo man to the core. I speak Urobo. I'm a prince of the land. But I don't like excess luggage. Anything that inconveniences me. I don't like excessive luggages around me. There's no person I'm struggling to impress. But you see, our lifestyle in Uroboland as of today is just make-believe. It's more of simulation rather than dissimulation. Let me explain simulation. Simulation is pretending to be rich and great while you are not. While dissimulation, simulation is pretending to be what you are not. While dissimulation is pretending to be less than who you are. You can observe this among yourselves. Compare the average Urobo family, the average Nigerian family with an Indian family. An Indian family that might be earning more than you will be managing one car with his wife, living a very frugal life, and be buying estates, real estates in the United States. While the typical Urobo man and the African will be displaying grandiosity, parking cars in front of the yard and living loud. That is simulation. That attitude in our lifestyle in the Niger Delta and in Uroboland stimulates envy, stimulates anger. That's why you see the names we answer in Uroboland are names of envy and quarrel. Atameyawa, Honorara Boyne, Igwegun, Enajemo, Onajokwo. My mother's own is Mime. So there is this competitive, grandiose, conspicuous consumption in the midst of abject poverty and lack. We like to show off. I was coming from my farm where I'm building a polytechnic, and I saw children throwing leaves, and I was wondering why they were throwing leaves. I later discovered that Yahoo boys, internet scam boys came and were throwing notes. So these children plucked leaves and were simulating what those rascals came to do. So you can see that a negative model has been created. Let me buttress my point with a few issues that are currently on in Uroboland. The ritual killings, the kidnappings, and all that. It will shock you to know that Ogeli North is the highest consumer of beer in Nigeria, the highest consumer of beer in the whole of Nigeria, highest local government that consumes beer in Nigeria. It will shock you to know that 42.2% of all consumables produced by multinationals are consumed in Ogeli. We have raised a generation of people, unlike our forefathers, who planted palm trees, who planted rubber trees, who were hard-working people. We have raised a generation of people who are very, very consumptive, but very unproductive. The resultant effect is that If they must come to the bars and the hotels, the greatest investment by politicians in Delta Central are hotels, bars, and resorts. If they must come and sing this song that is in Omeno, and consume alcohol and sleep with women, prostitution has become a nuisance in the Niger in Delta Central. It will shock you to know that the highest teenage pregnancy rate is in Delta Central among Urhobo girls, and ironically, research from the United States shows that the likely chance of a girl who got pregnant as a teenager without completing school, unless that girl subsequently graduates, the chances are that 65% of the chances her own daughter will also get pregnant out of wedlock and as a teenager. So we have this amalgam of things that can cause insecurity and violence. When you see the resultant effect of these teenage pregnancies, high rate of consumption of alcohol and promiscuity is that, and hotels, is that they will deliver Pekingese. I call them Pekingese. Pekingese is the plural for Pekin. Pekin is that child that was not budgeted for, that was not planned for, and will not be planned for, and when it's left with a grandmother who is not able to instill discipline. And the resultant effect is that they may grow in the slum, but there is no hope. I grew up in the slum, but I had hope. I went to good schools. So it's a cesspool of the factors that create a dysfunctional family and create a dysfunctional society. So, at present, the greatest engagement in Urhobo is politics and appointment as special assistants and special assistants or assistants to special assistants. That makes politics very violent in our area. And because there is cheap money from these politicians, they buy guns for these young men, but they're not able to retrieve the guns from them. The irony is that their children are schooling overseas, their children are based in the United States and Europe, but the children of the poor will keep those guns and subsequently assassinate their opponents. I will quote an American musician that you might not admire. His name is Tupac Shakur. According to somebody, one of his quotes, it says, if we refuse to spread our wealth and our riches to the poor will spread their poverty to us. What we're experiencing in Urhobo land is that we spread violence to the poor, we spread poverty to the poor, we impoverish the poor more in Urhobo land, and so that poverty is fighting back. I want to quickly look at external actors and insecurity in Urhobo land. There has been an attempt by an oil company operating in Edo State to infiltrate into Urhobo land in the Edo local government areas because our land is fertile. That created some level of insecurity, but I want to thank God for Honorable Evans Iwurie, who took it upon himself to mitigate that kind of action. The other thing is that because of the crisis in the Maghreb, in Libya, Mali, and several other parts of the North African continent, and climate change, desertification, drought, there's a mass migration towards the Middle Belt and towards the Niger Delta and towards Urhobo land. And the irony is that some of our traditional rulers are so naive and lack the knowledge of history. The resultant effect is that Fulani herdsmen were sold land by some traditional rulers or leased to them, even though they deny. And so we have Fulani herdsmen raping, killing, and kidnapping our people with even collaboration from our people. And then there's the excessive flooding because of sea levels are rising from the Ijaw-speaking areas and even the Urhobo riverine communities. So with flooding, there is migration from the southern part, and there is now over-congestion in the Delta Central. And where there is so much congestion of people who are not educated and who do not have the wherewithal, and with a very weak government, there is the tendency for violence and insecurity to take place. I will quickly try to round up this lecture by looking at the way out. I have lived in Uroboland for the past 20 years after retiring from medical practice at the age of 40, and I've been doing business here. One of the things I've emphasized for whoever wants to live in the Niger Delta and live in Uroboland to do business, because I'm encouraging you to come. I have large expanse of land I want people to buy. People are buying from the UK, buying from the United States. I want us to create an environment where elites like us can live, have our own security, have our own police station, have energy, gas turbines to provide electricity for us, have solar panels in our streets so that our children can have a safe place to come to. One of the ways I have lived here is the way of dissimulation I told you about. I do a broadcast that 11 million people listen to in the Niger Delta, a potential population. I do a lot of videos that some of you have seen online. I do a blog that is read from 103 nations and territories all over the world. But I can walk past you, you won't know I am with Dr. Poki. One day I was in front of my school, and the woman selling meat to my teachers called me, come. I went and met her. She said, go call me HM. I went to call HM. It was later she came to kneel down in her office to apologize that I don't know, say, now you get the school. You don't need to know that I'm the owner of the school. Don't come from the United States and attempt to intimidate people. Dress simply. If I pass, this is not my usual dressing. If I dress and walk past you, you will know I'm Dr. Poki. Dissimulation. Don't go to ceremonies and start spraying money. Don't learn how to speak pidgin English and speak the way I am speaking now. So that when you are communicating with somebody, he doesn't know where you come from. Don't announce your arrival. Try as much as possible to be security conscious. You can invest in this land. This land is rich. This land is blessed. It's easier to make money here than any other place in the world. Number two, we must deliberately start a value reorientation program in the Niger Delta. When they were kidnapping people in Uroboland, when they were kidnapping people, I used to trek. One of the boys met me one day. He said, there not be people like you, then they look for. We know how you hustle for your money. Not be people like you. One of the days I parked my vehicle somewhere, and the boys that harassed people came towards my vehicle, and he saw me when I came out. He said, now this, hey, Divan, now this organizing, they teach me how to save money and how to live life. So create a value, we need to create a value system that is modest, that with the dissimulation I talked about, and then we need to make impact in the lives of the people around us. Now, we must deliberately start to invest in Uroboland. I employ 72 people in my school. I'm building another school elsewhere. It's like a hotel, very beautiful. I'm employing people. I'm building a polytechnic somewhere in my mother's place, where I told people to come and invest in land now. I employ people. There was a nearby community, Otedo. They don't have cassava grinding machine. I sent cassava grinding machine to them. They needed Christmas time. My friends raised money for me. I bought curry, beans, and rice of ₦1 million and distributed to them. So when I walk in the streets of my community, no person can harm me because they know I'm part of them. I identify with them. They see me carry cassava stems on top of my jeep. Somebody sent a Hilux truck when he saw me carrying cassava stems. We are opening a youth development center for them. And some of the communities we've gone there to do skill acquisition for them, and they have learned how to repair phones and all that. When they see you, you are not flamboyant. You are not displaying elite capture and conspicuous consumption. They are the same people that will protect you. Now, we need to invest in our localities, I said, identify specific products that can come out of our societies. If we take Owen, for example, granite is there, or peanut. We can start a peanut butter factory there that will employ the people. They grow potatoes. We can start a potato chips making company. Now, Honorable Mareri, Samuel Mareri, Leverage is growing onions. We can agriculture, we can grow rice. When we keep these people busy, they might not go into criminality. There's a book, The Cross and the Switchblade. The writer was talking to somebody. He said, how was he able to win Mickey Cruz to himself? He said the best way to take a bone from a dog is to give it a back bone, not to struggle the bone with it. We need to create hope, as I said earlier. We need to create avenues for our people to exercise their energies and their creativity. Our kings and our president generals of our community should know that unless we make our communities industrial hubs, we have gas that is being flared. We can put gas turbines, generate electricity, make our places conducive for living. Let the places be less stressful. You will see that the violence will come down. And then we need to start the Igbo mentoring system. I mentor thousands of youths all over the world. In fact, I will be speaking with Basanjo, Kawan, Patrice Lumumba, Molema, Barack will speak, Macron will speak from abroad. I'm going to speak to the African youths, the whole of African youths at Abuja. I'll be speaking to them on the benefits of agriculture in the development of a new Africa. Let's mentor. I mentor several youths in our localities here, and they are following my steps who deliberately need to mentor. I had to do lectures. I was contracted by the NPDC to do lectures on alternative sources of wealth outside oil and gas. And we can raise cooperatives in our localities. If you go to Otedo, we have one of the best clay in the world in Otedo. We can establish a poultry company there, establish Washan basin and toilet seat factory there, produce flour vases. There's a lot to do in the Niger Delta, particularly Yorubaland, that will ameliorate and mitigate. Then we need to establish vigilantes with community policing, and then we need to liaise with the divisional police officers and the area commanders and the commissioners of police to make sure the rich, wicked Yoruba men that we have that buy guns for our children and bail them when they are arrested for criminality are stopped. I'm your friend, Dr. Charles Apoki. It's been a privilege to speak to you. You can follow me on Facebook, and you can follow me on Instagram at Charles Apoki, and you can go to my blog, Dr. Apoki's blog. God bless you. It's a privilege to address you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. That was amazing. I kid you not, it gave me a different perspective into the way forward in maintaining peace in Urobo land. I just want us to, give a round of applause to Dr. Charles Apoki. He did a good job.
Okay.
I mean, this is awesome. I'm telling you, I kid you not, this is so good. I know this was pre-recorded, and I know earlier on I saw him on. I don't know if he's still with us. We would like to give him a shout out and just give him a minute to just, acknowledge him and say thank you. I don't know if he's still on. Dr. Charles Apoki, are you still with us? I'm trying to look through to see.
It's still on.
Okay.
I'm on.
Okay.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, to see you.
Can see you, yes. Okay.
We can see you.
I hope I look reasonable at least.
No, that is a picture. We want to see the Richards live.
Okay. Let me see how I can do video, okay? Yes.
Oh my goodness!
I hope I didn't disappoint you. Robado.
Hey.
Robado. Uncle Biro.
Good job. On point.
Good job.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
You're welcome, man.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can I? All right. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
How much is $200 in Naira? For the 100,000, not so. I want to make a donation of $200.
Wonderful.
That's 100,000.
Yeah, 100,000. Tell me
100,000.
how I can send it. Yeah, 100,000. I'll send it anyhow to any person who can convert it to dollars for you.
All right. All right.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Plus the talk.
Matter of fact, it just made me feel safe to come to Nigeria.
Jones.
Indeed.
All right. I hope I can go now.
1 second. I think we have a Dr. Friday Jason's talk. I don't know if you want to say something.
Okay, yes, I want to say something. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Let's see your face.
Yeah, please. Dr. Friday from Afrique Today, Ughelli North Local Government Area. I'm the president of the president. I have a question for our honorable speaker, Chief Akboki. Thank you so much for brilliant speech.
Can you show your face?
So my question goes like this: as Urobo people, especially someone who fails illegally, insecurity is a big issue. And we that live here in the US, when we get back home, especially to our area, Ughelli, we are very restless. Not restless. I understand what you said. You really highlighted a lot of things, especially when it comes to this simulation and living in a low-key style, not to create attention to ourselves, which is very good and something I've been doing. But still, our community is a place whereby it's a very small place and people can be pushed out. Like when I'm in Lagos, I'm very comfortable, everything is fine. But when I'm in Ughelli, even my mother is very restless, So my question is, what can we do? You being in Ughelli there, what can we do to improve the security in terms of policing in our community? I think we have to start from there. Two, what can we do? Because when something is going on, call the police never, and the boys understand that the police will never comes out. And that is even added to the insecurity. And our people want to go back home, want to take the children home. What advice do you have for us in terms of policing and community to have a better security in our land back home in Nigeria, especially the Ughelli environment?
Okay, let me. You will notice one thing with policing in Nigeria, and there's a naivety among us Southerners. Nearly all the DPOs and area commanders are non-natives. They are Northerners. It will shock you to know that Nigeria is the only country that has Nigeria police force.
It will shock you to know that the United London had police in 1829, while Nigeria had police in 1820. The simple reason is that the police is not for the populace. The police was established by the Royal Niger Company to protect their interests. That's why as far back as 1927, 1920, 27% of the budget of Nigeria was used to suppress us. So you rightly said that, number one, our leadership, from the UPU president to our president generals, we must insist that we have people from our area in the Nigerian police force as part of the security agencies in the land. If I call somebody, I was born in Ofoma, Matthew Edelie was my classmate. If I call an Edelie from Ofoma and is a policeman that I'm being attacked, the likelihood is that he will respond. But if I call Suleiman, he will not respond. If I arrest a Fulani headsman and hand him over to Suleiman, the most likely thing is that Suleiman will free him. So we need to really, apart from the immediate solution of security, start to emphasize restructuring this country and redefining some institutions in this country, including the police. Number two, we need the vigilante to be more equipped, not with old vehicles, where you see our politicians can give vehicles to PA and all this. But those who will secure us in our communities drive old vehicles that cannot pursue armed bandits. Armed bandits are using AK-49 while our boys are using Asanage. So we need to beef up the security system. In Afrique, there are no multi-millionaires from your community who can effectively build a security system within the community, pay those boys well, and keep them safe. Some people were saying that I was advertising land. Yes, I practice what I call community-initiated development. I come from Otokutu. We have the plantation village where the elite live that are quite secure. If you from Afrique and a few others from Afrique can build an estate that is very secure, where your children will come and they feel safe with solar panel and whatever, that is what I'm doing in the front of. And we're doing that because we want elites to come and stay with me there and feel secure in such a way that it is easier to protect ourselves if we are in an enclave than if we are dispersed. The next thing is that, you know, Afrique has not had electricity for years, until very recently. You know that there is no functional industry in Afrique, even though gas is being fled, even pipelines pass through them. So what are the indigenous of Afrique? If you are going towards the former, to the left, there are so many tarred roads inside the bush of the Igoroba in Afrique there. None of them is being harnessed for productivity. If the Afrique youth is very productive, he will not likely come and beg you or kidnap you. So Urobo land has become a cemetery where we bring our successful people to come and bury. We are in top positions. We can never establish anything at home. So apart from the vigilante, we must make sure that we have community policing, which is already taking place. Our governor is very sluggish, very, very sluggish. Other people have signed into law the open grazing bill, anti-open grazing bill. He has not signed.
I think we're having some internet issues.
Have you never take light?
No, never not take light.
What is it now? What is it? The road measure the file, you don't see so.
It's froze.
If never take light here, there could be crisis.
And what is in their own vigilante? Each people have it to form a vigilante articulate that what we need to address. So
hello?
Dr. Apoki, I think you're on mute. Let's see.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Mm-hmm. Yes,
okay.
sir.
Can I go?
No, a question for you, sir.
Okay, sir.
Yes, Honorable Dr. John
Mukoro.
Mukoro.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much for your brilliant speech. But from my observation, it seems to me that we are always looking at Urobo or Nigeria from the rear view mirror. In other words, we spend a lot of time in talking about what happened in the past, what should have happened, but I don't see any people on the front line that are really showing us the way forward, that people we should be following. This morning, the Honorable President of UPU was talking about, I have a lot so much about the retired generals who are home. They came home to die. The retired generals, when they were in position, what did they do? They come home, they say the retired generals are in charge, the retired generals, they are retired. There are no, I don't see anybody in the front view mirror. I don't see that this is the plan we have. What the lecture you gave was brilliant. It was a lot of intellectual stuff, I know that. But however, from that, can you tell us, is there any manageable way? Can you put that in manageable ways that we can use on a day-to-day basis? That's what I was really expecting, because the topic says the way forward. Most of what you said is the way it was or the way it is. But what is the way forward? What should we do today, right now, to do that? Thank you.
Like as I said in my speech, I am a great investor in this land, particularly in the educational sector. Because according to Sigmund Freud, the personality of an adult is formed to 75% degree within the first 5 years. And the reason I left Abatu Ugili is that I want to remodel a new generation, right from infancy. If they do expo or cheating in other schools, you don't try it in my school. There is no cultism in my school. If you try cultism, I will expel you. They know it. They know me in Ugili as a disciplinarian. And so the models that have excelled are too far from home. That's why some of us are here. They are too far from home. They're either in Lagos, they're in the UK, but I've decided to stay here. I'm going to die here. I don't have any property outside Uroboland. And I've invested hundreds of millions, more than $1 billion in this land. And because people see me, they are investing. Because people see me, I relate more with youths. And I fixed my age at 35. Because the youths identify with me and I speak their language and I relate with them, I'm able to change them. Can you imagine this Yahoo boy telling a panel beater who charged him very expensively? He said, you think we're not here waiting Dr. Apoki they talk, so maybe they use our money, they build house. That's an internet fraudster quoting me. So the radio program I do on Quest FM is such that I receive phone calls from people from Indian hemp joints where they are smoking Indian hemp. Oga, that's the way they talk so not true. You will pray for us, make us fit change. And so I do radio programs. If I have 40 or 50 people like me in Uroboland, I'm not blowing my trumpet, just make inquiries. If I have 40 to 50 people like me in Uroboland, we will start a revival, we will cause a change. I'm not a very rich man, but I have brought resources here, and I'm creating a revolution among the young men, and we need more of that. You guys might not need to come, but there are many of us in this vicinity who can start what I am doing here, and we will see a great change in the land. The next thing is that the Urobo generals, let me tell you one thing with the average Urobo man. I heard that you people are going to court. It has been our habit. Even UPU Lagos, they went to court. When the administrator of Okados, when they wanted to use one king to rule the whole of Urhobo people, the administrator of Okados, I think in 1922 or 1927, he said Urhobos are jealous of one another, antagonistic of one another, and cannot be ruled with one king, by one king. So until the Urhobo of Wambo becomes a reality, and then Igari Urhobo mi Urhobo, and then we are proud of our land, and we are willing to pay the price to develop our land. And we are also, I don't fear any person in Nigeria. I don't fear, if you watch my video on NSAS, the way the oligarchy fight, it trended around the world. If you watch my video on the two-tribe theory, I don't fear any person in Nigeria. Our Urhobo leaders, immediately you give them 1 million, 1 billion, one contract, they will bow down and sell their rights. Where were they when the PIB bill, PIB bill was passed? Where were our speakers and our whoever were there? Where were our major generals when oil wells have been taken by northerners? Where were our kings? And this generation, if this generation, I'm ready to die here, but this generation, we must raise Urhobo men who will say, either I perish or I perish. And until we stand to defend a nation that is more populated than 75 nations of the world, the Urhobo UPU is the oldest socio-political organization apart from the ANC. Until we identify ourselves, look at an Ishekiri king, a small clan, receiving more acclaim and respect than the whole of Urhobo people. Until we have traditional rulers who don't run to government and beg money and stand their ground and bring pride to the Urhobo nation, this will not change. But I'm here. I say the things I say. Nobody can do me anything. Nobody. And I'm not afraid of any person. Whoever is a governor, I was in the same hall with Okowa in the medical school. Ambode was my junior. So I'm not afraid to talk. I'm not afraid to talk. So we need more of you to talk from overseas. When I made posts concerning the answer, it was Yoruba out of the country. It happens to me that they will go to oil wells. The Urhobo man will say, oh, Totagano. The Urhobo man is the person to antagonize you when you want to bring change to him. We suffer from Stockholm syndrome. We love our oppressors.
Thank you. Thank you.
True.
Oh my God. Thank you.
I brought the fire out of his belly.
Yes, that was brilliant.
Yeah, moderator, I think I have a question for the speaker.
This is what I wanted to hear. We need it.
John Mukoro, you did. Moderator. Moderator.
Yes, please.
I have a question for the speaker.
Okay, can we make it real brief because we have
you need to raise money.
Yeah, no, I mean we're raising money. Raising of money is still going on. We'll continue to raise, but we have our entertainer in Accordia on standby too, and we have other chapter videos coming up. So if you can make it real brief, and the floor is open.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, I want to thank the speaker for this presentation. Real excellent. He indicated, I think his topic there was talking about dissimulation, and he made reference to youth, children throwing leaves, in the bush, trying to emulate the Yahoo boys. Okay, my question to him is, what our leaders, especially our kings, what are they doing, back home to recognize excellence or give recognition to those who contribute to their community? Because I see a trend where those who are even alien to this community that have not made any contribution to these communities, giving award or recognition or chieftaincy title, it has become, it has become a trend. Things like that would not encourage people to contribute towards, their community. My question is, what are the leaders doing, to recognize excellence or those who contribute to their community?
I hope the UPU President General is listening to me. I was the 85th guest speaker in 2015. 2 Urobo girls won medals for Nigeria now during the last Olympic. The UPU will not recognize them. We will recognize one kleptomaniacal politician. The UPU, I've seen some of you there. When you were talking, I was wondering whether my brain was sharp enough to discuss with you fellows. You will now find out that a lot of the people we give chieftaincy titles in Urobo land are those that we cannot employ as managers in our companies. We recognize rascals, we recognize touts, we recognize criminals. We seem to celebrate mediocrity rather than excellence. It is a problem with the UPU. It is a problem with Urobo land. And you see, nobody likes me, and I don't care. I don't give a damn whether you like me or not. You see, we have an attitude that we celebrate jagudarism according to the Board of Trustees chairman. And that is a problem until those of you in the diaspora bear on the leadership of the UPU to start recognizing people who do well in academics, who do well in sports, who do well in music, who legitimately make money, who legitimately make money. Well, until we recognize them, give them chieftaincy titles. I told my king that we might not, some of them, I don't need to be a chief, but you can give titles like either dukes or whatever, that people who are Christians that would not want to open their bodies and put powder on, to recognize them in our communities. And once we start recognizing excellence and promoting excellence, the narrative in Urobo land will change. Our value system is very perverted, right from the UPU, to our president generals, to our kings. We recognize to a large degree mediocrity and criminals. And I'm bold to say that no person can do me anything.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have our chief, Mrs. Uwumi. The floor is yours, please.
Good job.
Chief, you're on mute.
Hello?
You're on mute. Okay, there you go.
Hello, ma'am.
He's muted again.
You're on mute.
Okay.
My dear brother, this is the speech that I was waiting for. It has taken me such a long time to hear this. You have spoken the truth, and the truth will set us free.
Thank you.
I've always said before, Urobos are slaves to the system, but slavery don't break today. Today, slavery don't break. If every single person on this media can take that to heart and do something at home for somebody, like Urobo people will be something, okay? Our kings are not doing anything. Our chiefs are not doing anything, okay? So keep going on. Speak the truth.
Thank you, ma'am.
We are behind you, 100%. Mio, I'm carrying my whole village on my back. I don't care. There's no fear for me going homo. No fear, okay? I have the Bakassi boys on one side and the community policing on another side, okay? We don't do this. It's economic development. It's quality of life. My brother, I say a kaburo to you. I'm on my knees.
Thank you. Thank you,
God
Honorable.
bless you.
Amen.
I want a community development, economic policy, strategic policy done with you in mind. Leave that for us. Take us out of slavery today. Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Yes, we appreciate you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much, Dr. Charles Apoki. We really appreciate you. I mean, we're looking forward to hearing from you. I find I've ordered some of your books on Amazon and everything, and I'll be following you.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Our time has been well spent. At this time, we're going to call on, because we still have chapter presentations going on. And of course, Please continue to give. You know, we have a lot of work and a lot of grant to cover, so we need money to do all of this. And I'm going to come up with the next 3 chapters that we're presenting. We have Chicagoland, Las Vegas, and Minnesota. I want to welcome Chicagoland, Las Vegas, and Minnesota. Thank you.
Oniyere Olobore UPUA Chicagoland Mere the President Ukokuna Dr. Efi Akoibe Ipakome Nigwo. I want to know you for us coming together to hold this first virtual convention. It was a thing of necessity because of this situation and the pandemic around. It's very difficult for now.
Oh God.
In person. I want to thank all UPA members for making this convention virtual. From the UPUA Chicagoland, we are asking for, and most importantly, we want to thank God that all our members were safe during this COVID-19. We just started our in-person house meeting, and very soon we'll have a very large turnout. And I'm also wishing all association and thanking God for them. They are all together in this virtual convention, praising God for keeping all their members alive. Though some of us lost their life, we want to give God thanks for those who are still alive. In terms of Chicagoland, we are working stronger every day. We've not been able to carry meaningful projects because of this COVID-19 and the way the economy has been ravaging the whole world. But since the COVID has started dissipating, we are going to work strong and move most of our project back home where it's most needed. I want to thank all our members, most especially my executive, Ore Susuo Osiobiawani, Dr. Abel Dafiogo, Ojime Petitiena, also our treasurer, Oronyorigo, Mrs. Patricia Akangbo, Orokuroga Agogo Asejobi, Mrs. Rachel Urebu. I want to thank them for keeping the association together, and all my members who are there with me throughout this 2 years of continuous prayers. We want to pray for the life of our member, Reverend Ogenejude Abaka, for keeping him alive. And the association is trying his best to assist him in his health. Urubuwado, Ane Okorode, Abotugbe Bio, Unu, Ayowo Jokofia. I want to thank everybody in UPUA for coming to this convention, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Urubuwado, greetings to you, Madam President, Beauty Chairman, all chapter presidents, and all UPUA members. All protocol duly observed. My name is Dr. Friday Ogenero Iruro-Beje. I am the chapter president for UPU Las Vegas chapter. As for my chapter update, as we all are aware, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected so many lives and disrupted many families. But we give God all the glory. Everyone here in Las Vegas and their family are doing very well. This is something we should not take for granted. We thank God for life, and we thank God for everyone. As for our monthly meeting, all in-person meeting is currently on suspension pending the end of the pandemic, or when it's clear for us to have a meeting in person. However, as a chapter, we are still having our regular monthly meeting via teleconferencing, and everything is going smoothly. for chapter projects. All chapter project has been cancelled for now, pending when the pandemic is cleared. However, as a chapter, we are going to be having our chapter election by the end of this year, and new leaders will emerge to take over the leadership of UPU Las Vegas chapter. That will sum up my chapter update. I want to thank you all for taking your time to listen to our chapter updates. May God bless you all. May God bless UPUA, and may God bless our Robola. Thank you, and have a blessed day.
Yamaro pao ni avo di mamere oeju. Yamaro paro amlena oni avo ke di mamere urobona. Ye moro bi meso tao wa ke di mere kakao. Ye moro bi yuresio mano wa ke di mere kaka. Ite debe wamleye inura me ode ure. Ite debe wamleyo manenura me ode ure. Amaro pao ni avoke di me kaka. Amaro pao ni avoke di me kaka. Yamaro pao amlena oni avoke di me kaka. Imalo bi meso tao wa ke shire kaka. Imalo be USU mano wa ke di me kaka. Ite debe inura me ode ure. Idede me wamle manenura me de ura. Amaro pa onya voke di mamire gaga. Yo pa o anye jore ini. O pa onya vanye jore omini. O pa onya vanye jore ini. O pa onya vanye jore. Tomorrow be meso tamira. O pa onya vanye jore ini.
Understand? Minnesota, una too much. Every time they bring una matter, they come. The one that they help people here for worry. Have you so? You know, say a lot of people they don't discharge, they forget who, but una not forget who. Una first help this orphanage with boss we will carry them. They waka. That one also rich. Now go buy generator with big pass and rejection. They give them to empower them. That one over say even if they put a year and say they say next year una won't share free visa to go US. So this thing wanna do so make God bless all of una. Or they say I get una pass over 500 people from Minnesota will be UPU, and this thing wanna do so make God bless una because it's not easy. Una make the and those of them never watch her where they commission the generator with. The generator being powerful worry as I talk to you. So those of you know what
a 20 kVA Meccano generator set was on Tuesday donated to St. Anne's Orphanage Efrun by Urobo Progress Union UPU, Minnesota, United States of America, USA branch. DRTV correspondent Omonigo Eda reports that a former commissioner for education in Delta State, Dr. Veronica Obuago, who presented the generator set on behalf of the body, said the gesture will help address the issue of epileptic power supply in the orphanage, the reports.
After inspecting the 20 kVA Meccano generator set, the former commissioner for education in Delta State, Dr. Veronica Obuago, said that the issue of regular electricity supply cannot be overemphasized as it will help to provide reliable electricity to St. Anne's Orphanage as well as support their great mission of caring for God's children. Dr. Obuago, who is a National Assembly aide to the Deputy Senate President, Senator Ovie Omagege, said the body over the years has also rendered various assistance such as beds, food items, and a 13-seater school bus to the orphanage. She commended the management of the orphanage for taking proper care of the orphans and solicited the children's prayers for the body. The former Education Commissioner called on other Nigerians in diaspora to emulate the UPU Minnesota, USA by giving
I thank you so much. We have King Napodia setting up. He'll be joining us shortly to give us some entertainment. We have 4 chapters left. Their presentation, we're just going to run it real quick. So when we get 1 second. Let me share because I didn't get that.
UPU DMV Wado. My names are Christopher Uresi Ejinake. I'm from Ughelli South Local Government Area, Delta State. I'm the current president of UPU Tri-State, Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. UPU DMV, so far in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, has been dedicated to humanitarian services, community development, and promoting our Urubu traditions and culture simultaneously.
Wake up at night with so many questions in mind. Look up to the sky, just wanna ask why. This one has given me fame, but now who's to blame? Need a miracle for a testimony, cause this isn't funny. No, no.
Hello. To be reckoned with. Come be here. Ye.
Oh yeah, marriage hero when now. Oh yeah, marriage hero when now. Say neighbor, give me space. Oh yeah.
Oh, me too, come baby, I love you. Tell me you love me too. Oh, you too fine. I love the
You are great, yes, you are Holy One. Walked upon the sea, raised the dead, reign in majesty, mighty God. Everything written about you is great. You are great, yes, you are Holy One. Walked upon today, give you all the praise. Yeah. Mighty, mighty God, worship you today. Give you all the praise. As we lift our hands to you, we pleasure in our hearts. Raise our voice to say,
Robo Wado, Isoko Wado, Ukwa Wado, UPU Wado, America Wado, America Tutana, Udeme, Dr. Emmanuel, Idiri Ojamerwaye, Mayo Kujagba, Ukoko, Urobo Visoko, Arizona, America Bone. Ifa Kidie, Kubuguleke, Nugoguna, Aisaju Robo, Janyu Robo. So why war? Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Emmanuel Jamerwaye. I'm the president of UPUA Association of Arizona in the United States. Our association was founded first as UPUA Association of Arizona in 2003. Then in 2010, it became Urobo Isoko Association when the membership expanded to include our Isoko brothers and sisters. Today, we are about 30 families.
This room is a national
The membership
and I
association.
don't know how I can get
Of this, about 15 members are financial members of UPUA. The purposes of our association are: one, to bring the Urobo and Isoko people living in Arizona together in unity. Number two, to help each other. And number three, to teach our children and bring them up to understand our culture, speak our language, and be able to work together and network together. Now we meet on a quarterly basis. Before COVID, we used to meet in the homes of our members. We rotated from one member to the other in order to familiarize ourselves with our various families. But since COVID, we still meet, but we meet virtually. And every year, at the end of every year, the last Saturday of every year, we hold our annual end of year party where we invite other Nigerians from other ethnic groups and Americans to join us in celebrating our culture, eating our food, and dancing to our music. We also take the opportunity to educate our guests about our culture and developments back home in Urobo and Isoko land. We have a lot of projects. First, we award scholarships to our children who gain admission into colleges and universities. We give them some token amounts to encourage them, those who are not yet in the college, to work hard and excel in their high school and enter colleges and universities. We also help our members whenever they are bereaved, whenever we have any addition to the family, and we visit our members whenever they are in the hospital or have other forms of problems. We try to help each other. Also, we have raised some funds to do projects back home in Nigeria. We plan to do 2 projects, one in Isoko land and one in Urobo land. As soon as the projects are over, we'll make an arrangement to start those projects. So far, we are doing very well. The relationship between our members is very cordial. We've not had any misunderstanding, and we thank God that we've not had any loss as a result of COVID. We continue to meet on a quarterly basis and help ourselves. That's the little I can say now about our association, and I want to thank all our members and congratulations to UPUA for this year's annual convention. Thank you and God bless. Amen.
Thank you so much. That wraps up the presentations from the various chapters. At this time, we're going to invite King Enakwodia, the diamond voice of Uroboland, the river of songs that never runs dry. He's on all the way from Nigeria. We're going to welcome him. King Enakwodia. Trying to find him.
Yes, Onyago.
Right
here.
Okay. Hey, Aranyo.
Yes, you are on, King
Enakwodia. Me. Oshebio se me go epakome. Urubowado.
Hey.
Asa urubodo ba jemi urubo. Se me go abone. Amo wa guyere. Make sune. Me go no okina na keve na wo urubo ejobi. Me go no UPU. Make sune me go no ne awu kecha bu kawari. Ibu ne urubo. Ese aba ive anye kugbe ai wo klire. Asaro ayo tinone na upa videos na ja. Ukoko ibu ne urubo khla e prive. Okwavo be just na ja oke ko be upa. Ai bi e kugbe jata urubo vovo. Ketere me ugono we. Okina na akeve na wo ipoiji wa biko UPU ne ni we. Kobo ayewo kuma onware akpavre aye kugbe akoko naru ukoko ebedi bedovovo wabiko memunerio onu ne mesoke ukoko UPU America aye seve ni mirure na kanye bane ubaerwe jabe mlahi aiwe mo yovi oburubo ko ba ya ewe aiwu keja kokoko ikuna na foni ko akpo na evuga ye fona asu ni pa ye kenere miru na emuneli ukokori UPU America o so no bruwe o ayiwa yemo ukokori UPU America o so no bruwe o ayiwa yemo Yopola genele yo mududi o isago ukokori UPU America o so no bruwe o ayiwa Yopola genele yo mududi o isago gonana ukokori UPU America o so no bruwe o ayiwa eke kwe record na egbe meka ari akpo COVID-19 na jaberi akpo gre jari akpo none ukokori UPU America
so no blue well, go in America, so no blue well, I'm you go and then did you always see me on America. Again, I'm looking you go and then did you always have work on now? You be America. Voice. Rivers of music never run dry. No misoke ukoko UPU bevu America. Imudi akurubu raba na nurubu keshi. Arma walimina. Ukoko UPU America. Sono buwe ahima yimu. Ogwebara. Ukoko UPU America. Sono buwe ahima yimu. Okora gane omulu didi okwisa korona. Ukoko UPU America. Sono buwe ahima yimu. Okora gane omulu didi okwisa. Ukoko UPU America. Sono buwe ahima yimu. Daddy, Olegu Moses Tiger, President General UPU Worldwide. What's up? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you ask brother from another mother, sisters from another mother, that is a way of encouraging the students to speak their language. Vice President oh yeah, Chairman of the National Organization of Convention. Omiagwa Awusa. And Ologu Oshibo I am here, Professor Michael Wadiale, CPA. Pioneer, Chartered Public Accountant. I Miss Fancy, Okiti, Director of Members Miss Rita, Adboshere, Director of Research Mrs.
Afrique, Director of Publicity. Mr. Bologa, Director of Development. Bologa. On the California, Las Vegas. What are you watching to the what are you using fighting how you Central Florida. Greater Kansas. Austin, Texas. Midland, Odessa, Texas. Oh yeah, we are going to Michigan. Middle Tennessee. Ohio,
Okay, now what that is, if one can go for you, when you're a man, you win Emmanuel Ojamerwai. Oye kọwọ Emmanuel. Oye ìkó bàbá. Akẹ́kẹ́ ìdára màmá lókè akẹ́lẹ́ ìtújọ náà lórí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni rẹ̀ fún ní mísítọ̀ dẹ́ bàbá ìdí. Méjì jẹ́rọ bàbá rẹ̀ lọ́kẹ̀ẹ́ ní ó jẹ́rọ bàbá rẹ̀. President General, what UPU when you naked. Why you negotiate with the go? What did I do? Where I get out? What did your mother call you, Mammy? You feel now? Do yourself some good now. I know my father physically fit. After all my family did double. Do your job.
We'll meet like Jesus. Man of the year. Maybe we put boy, may rivers of music never run dry. We not call the guy. They move your own beverly knuckle. What you will be to viral. I know about that you go. We call it mission and I'm make it for record the next one over. Omlenu we mi jo wo pada o ine. Waju we mi jo o ine do. Waju we mi jo o pada. Waju we mi jo o pada. Be we na ko kero. Waju we mi jo o pada. Obada da jo we ya o ine. Omlenu we mi jo wo pada waju we mi jo wanyo obada da jo wo we ya o ine omlenu we mi jo wo pada waju ro mi jo waju we mi jo we not to let's not forget home. Where we going to call our land now? We're going to know
Who's the part of the wire?
Just the pictures.
You know the woman when she had to resign.
My mommy,
Do you want to promote your business? Do you want to talk about your nonprofit organization? Do you want to talk about your culture? Introducing the online web TV, Afrique Today, Fogham, where you can watch us live at the same time on 4 platforms: Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and using the Afrique Today app. Download our app today for Android or Apple. Promote your business today. For more information, go to www.afriquetoday.com. Afrique Today, the best of digital TV.
Le Covid-19 a fait perdre beaucoup de revenus aux entreprises. Aujourd'hui, les choses commencent à changer, mais les entreprises ont besoin de relancer leur business. Si vous êtes une entreprise africaine légalement installée dans l'État du Maryland aux États-Unis, si vous avez été affecté par les effets du Covid-19, le moment est venu de parler de votre business. Afrique Today, la web TV, vous propose gratuitement un semi-reportage sur votre business. Notre équipe d'experts viendra sur place faire un semi-reportage sur votre business. N'attendez plus et contactez-nous dès aujourd'hui au +1 571 612 04 96 et soyez le premier à recevoir un reportage gratuit qui aidera à booster votre business.
Afrique Today, the best of digital TV.
L'entrepreneuriat digital vous intéresse-t-il? Vous voulez apprendre à construire des projets digitaux? Aimeriez-vous gagner des revenus passifs conséquents en tout lieu? Voici la plateforme des professionnels du digital, la Diaspo Academy. Ici, vous retrouverez les meilleurs professionnels de la diasporama mondiale connectés sur notre plateforme. Vous allez pouvoir acquérir des formations adéquates qui feront de vous des entrepreneurs digitaux compétents. Étudiants, entrepreneurs, coachs, instructeurs et entreprises, Diaspo Academy est une opportunité pour vous. Elle vous offre la possibilité de suivre votre formation en mode virtuel à partir de chez vous, ou que vous soyez sur la planète. Toutes nos formations disponibles en ligne sont dispensées de manière interactive. Il suffit de vous inscrire et vous pourrez les suivre depuis chez vous. Au cours de la formation, vous passerez des quiz et examens selon votre parcours. En outre, à partir de votre tableau de bord, vous suivrez vos performances et progressions. Vous pourrez aussi communiquer avec vos instructeurs et recevoir des notifications. À la fin de votre parcours de formation, vous recevrez un certificat Diaspo Academy Certified. Que vous soyez débutant ou responsable d'entreprise, Diaspo Academy est une opportunité pour vous. Saisissez-la! Enfin, que vous soyez coach ou instructeur, ayez accès à un millier d'étudiants à travers notre plateforme. Merci de choisir Diaspo Academy, le meilleur choix. Pour plus d'informations, allez sur www.diaspoacademy.com. Diaspo Academy, la plateforme des professionnels du digital.